Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff Wittelis. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on February 26th, 2026, 2:54 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is the time as I record this right now. Remember, this is a live show, which also gets posted in podcast format a few days later. Usually the live show is on at kind of a strange hour because I'm up at strange times, but it's always available in podcast format, but you can also listen live. Either one is fine with me. I have an announcement this week, starting this week, and for the rest of time, at least until I change my mind, we are not going to have an agenda hogging up the first 10 or so, or maybe sometimes 20 or so, minutes of the show. By popular demand, nobody likes the agenda, yet I was forcing it on you. Forcing it for almost 14 full years. And then I just had a realization that if nobody wants to hear an agenda, and if you can read the agenda in whatever format you go retrieve the show, whether it's podcast, whether it's the live show, whatever it is, you can always find what our agenda is for the evening. So why am I forcing it on you for like the first 10, 15 minutes of the show? It just irritates people. So that's gone. I'm not doing it anymore. And we can get to the good stuff a lot quicker. What I will give you is our text number, 775-372-8355, 775-372-8355. That spells 775-FRAUD55. You cannot call it, but you can text it, and I may read your text during the show. But if you don't catch the live show, you can always text me after the show, and I will respond to you. So that's always a way you can get a hold of me, even if it's stuff not about the show. Only thing I ask, once again, is that you're respectful when you text me. You don't have to agree with me. You can criticize me. You can criticize the show. But please be respectful. Please be respectful. That's all I ask when I give out this number for you guys to contact me anytime in the day or night. We have another phone number you should be aware of. It's the call to listen line. This is something you can use to listen to the show if you do not want to use a computer or a smartphone or anything else that requires an internet connection, or maybe you don't have a good internet connection wherever you are. You can just call a number and listen to the show. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. That's the call to listen line. Millions of minutes have been listened to on it during its lifetime, and it's had a few different phone numbers, but it continues to chug along, and it never buffers and it never freezes. So if you have buffering problems, definitely call that and listen in that way. And when we are not live on the air, if you call that number, you'll get one of our streaming reruns, which, by the way, you can find our streaming reruns also on the website by just going to the radio tab, and you just listen right there. And it's also on the TuneIn app. So a lot of ways to listen when we're not on the air, too. And by the way, if you want to find us in podcast format, you can find us on iTunes, the TuneIn app, which I just mentioned, that has both the podcast and the live show, iHeartMedia, Spotify, and Spotify has clickable timestamps, so that's very convenient. Audible, Odyssey, that's Audacy. Amazon Alexa, you just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio podcast, and say that clearly so it understands. Castbox, and most importantly, YouTube. We've been on YouTube for a few years now, and that also has clickable timestamps, and I get a little bit of money, just a little bit, every time you listen on YouTube. Not really anything visual, it's just the logo up there, but it's a way to listen. A lot of people wanted it, so I put it up there. In fact, that is the only format that I have to put up separately. The rest all happens automatically when I post the show. The YouTube I have to upload separately because I have to convert it to video format. So it's a pain in the ass, but a lot of people wanted it, so YouTube is a way you can listen as well. This show will usually appear in the archives within 3 days to 5 days. I know I'm getting slower. Sometimes it takes a week or so. I apologize for that. The last show took, I think, 9 days, so I'll be faster this time. Sometimes I'll do a show right before I'm about to go on a trip or do something else, so I don't have the time to edit the show and put it up in the archives. But this time I don't have anything like that coming up, so it should be up sooner this time following the live show. I apologize for that last time. We do have a chat room. You can go into that if you're listening live. Nobody else is in there right now, but you never know who might show up. I'm in there, and I'll check the things you say in there as well as what you text me during the show, and I may read some on the air. So let's get going with our first topic. We've talked before on this show about Tom Goldstein. Tom Goldstein is, or shall I say was, a very prominent Supreme Court attorney. In fact, he became so prominent that he argued 10% of all cases before the Supreme Court during a certain time period. That's crazy. One lawyer was arguing as part of some side or the other 10% of all cases that went before the court. That's crazy. So he was very prominent. He was very successful. His name was not well known, though. He was not a famous lawyer. He was just someone who was prominent and who was very active regarding arguing cases for the Supreme Court. But Tom Goldstein also really enjoyed poker. And Tom Goldstein really enjoyed heads-up poker, and that's where he had some talent. He did not have talent in ring poker, where he always lost, because he liked playing a lot of hands, he liked being very aggressive, and if you play in a ring game with 8 or 9 people, you're going to keep running into big hands, and you're just going to shoot off your money. Occasionally you can get lucky if you go through a really hot run of cards, and then people have to pay you off, and you can win a fortune. But usually, if you're going to play very aggressively and play every hand and bluff a lot, people are going to become very wise to that very quickly, and they're going to start calling you very light. And with 8 other opponents at the table, you're usually going to run in a better hand than yours, and you're going to lose a lot of money. So he did lose a lot of money playing ring games, but heads up, where that strategy can be very powerful, especially if the opponent doesn't know how to deal with it, he did do quite well, and he wanted to play higher and higher. Now, this was not someone who wanted to chase after fame. In fact, it was the opposite. He wanted to stay under the radar. He, in fact, played once on Hustler Casino Live in a disguise and wouldn't say who he was. It did list his name as Tom, but they would not say his last name. They wouldn't give any details about him. In fact, he had a mask on, and not for health reasons. He had it on so people would not recognize him. So he wanted to stay very much under the radar. He didn't want to be discussed in the poker community, but he really enjoyed playing poker. He ended up making friends with some of the big names in the game, and some of them ended up staking him, one of them being Andrew Roble. He also got to know Paul Fua, and he got to know many other figures in the game, including some who are famous outside of poker, such as Toby Maguire. He also got to be friends with Dan Bilzerian. So there are a lot of people he got to know over the years in the high-stakes poker scene. And up until last year, most of us didn't know who he was. I didn't know who he was. I hadn't heard of him before. I bet you hadn't heard of him before. But he ended up in the news in 2025, about 13 months ago, because he was being federally charged with tax evasion in relation to his poker play. And that opened up discussion of everything that was going on, because the federal indictment stated a lot of interesting things, and people started digging into it, saying, we get a glimpse into the nosebleed stakes poker world and everything that goes on there through this case. Now, I covered this at the time, at the beginning of last year, but now he has been on trial. The actual trial's been taking place here in February 2026. So we found out a lot more, because a lot of things were not revealed at the time that I did the last segment about him a year ago, but in court everything came out. So now pretty much all the mysteries in this case have been solved, and we also have a result for you. So I have everything now for you, including what ended up happening with this criminal case. So I will remind you, we're not going to do a very long recap of what I discussed before, because you can go back to the show that I did early in 2025. I forget the date, but you can find it pretty easily, where I discussed everything that was going on with him. But I will give you a quick recap, because I bet you forgot a lot of it. And even if you didn't forget, there's probably some details that you don't fully remember. So I will get you up to speed, and then I will give you the updates. So Goldstein is 55 or 56 years old. He was born in 1970, so he's close to my age, slightly older. As I said, he argued a lot of cases in front of the Supreme Court. The most famous case he argued was towards the end of his career. It was in April 2021, Google versus Oracle, and this had to do with using parts of the Java programming language's application programming interface, known as APIs, when developing the Android operating system. And Oracle alleged copyright infringement. The reason they alleged that was that Google had copied about 11,500 lines of code. So they felt that this was just ripped off from them. And Goldstein was the attorney on Google's side. Google ended up winning this Supreme Court decision by a 6-2 ruling. The only one who did not get involved in ruling on this was Justice Barrett. And it was decided that Google's usage of this code was transformative. It created a new platform, which is the Android platform for smartphones, and they weren't just copying code for the same purpose. So even though Goldstein was not a technical guy, he was able to argue this and win in the Supreme Court. And this ended up being a very huge ruling for Google because, of course, the Android operating system in their phones is a very, very big thing. And had it been ruled that they ripped this off from Oracle, then they would have owed a shitload of money to Oracle over this whole thing. And they ended up being able to walk away without paying Oracle anything. So that really was a feather in his cap at the time. But he had already been arguing a lot of cases in front of the Supreme Court, which is why Google hired him. His whole case to me was kind of weird because even though it was tax evasion, it wasn't what I thought it would be at first. I had believed that he had just made a whole lot of money playing cash poker and didn't declare it, and now the IRS was coming after him. That was my guess, because that's the truth about a lot of high stakes and nosebleed stakes poker players, is that they don't go and run and report this to the IRS when they have a big win. So some of them win very big money and sometimes lose big money as well. But sometimes they'll have a year where they've won a lot playing at the nosebleed stakes, and because it's all in cash game format, and because sometimes they settle up afterwards, it's not done through an official casino environment, that they just never report it. And I guess that's probably what happened to him. That was what I thought at the time before I read the details. But that is not what happened. He did end up reporting his wins and losses. He did end up paying taxes on these wins and losses. He did pay the penalties when he paid late. So what's the problem here? Well, he technically did break the law in a number of different ways, but none of these were a very big deal, and there really were not any victims in this whole thing. So they just kind of decided to go after him. And I have to wonder if his status as a prominent Supreme Court lawyer may have angered some people at some point who pulled some strings to go after him here when he technically violated the law, but really nothing very bad happened. And I felt that he was being overcharged, and I still feel that way. So let me remind you again what happened here. And as I said, a lot of this was frivolous. It was a 50-page indictment, and I read from that indictment in January on the show, January 2025. I only felt a few things there were likely to stick. That was my opinion at the time. Now, this is covering a period from 2016 through 2021. And it was said that he failed to pay his taxes when they were due in that time span. And that he was playing nosebleed poker matches against a number of people heads up. And in some cases, he didn't have the money to play at these super high stakes, so he was having to get backed or staked or sell pieces. And there were a number of different details in the indictment, which I won't bother going over again because they're not all super interesting or relevant at this point. But there were a number of people who were involved in this whole thing, not necessarily people who did anything wrong, but just people named that he dealt with that were part of the government making their case. And they were not referred to by name, so they'd refer to them as the California businessman or they'd refer to someone as an Asian businessman, or they'll refer to someone as a professional poker player, and they'll sometimes mention where these people are from. They even mentioned a, quote, Texas billionaire, and they did not name any of these people. They mentioned an actor. Now, it was pretty easy to guess who the actor was, Tobey Maguire, but a lot of these other ones were harder to guess, and even if you guessed, you weren't sure if you were right. So all of this information has since come out. Now, basically, this was what was alleged by the government. Even though he did pay all of his taxes, he just paid late, that their issue was, number one, he was frivolously spending and paying off gambling debts to people instead of paying his taxes. So the taxes were last priority, according to the IRS, according to the government. They felt that he was doing everything but pay his taxes, so when he owed big money to the IRS, he was finding every other way to spend money, including just voluntary expenditures such as living a lavish lifestyle and supporting women that he was having sex with and stuff like that. So they were upset about that, and that was part of the charges, because you are supposed to pay your taxes in a timely fashion, and if you don't pay in a timely fashion and you're intentionally not paying them and spending the money elsewhere, that is technically a crime. Though hardly anyone ever gets charged with that sort of crime. So that's one of my reasons I have a problem with this. It's one thing if there's a law in the books. It's another thing if they will charge you, especially if you really haven't done anything egregiously wrong. It's not even like Al Capone trying to get him on tax evasion when he was a mobster. I'm talking about someone who really was not a criminal in any way, and he's being charged with stuff like this. So that was one of the arguments against him. Another one was that he had hired women into fake jobs through his law firm and was funneling money to them, just so they'd have sex with him, and treating them as fake employees, which was a form of tax invasion because he could deduct it as a business expense instead of it being a personal expense, which is not deductible. So that was alleged as well. There were a number of other allegations. Another one was mortgage fraud, that he lied on his mortgage loan application when he actually had a $15 million debt at the time due to a heads-up match that he lost, and he did not put that on the form. And you should know this. When you're ever filling out a mortgage application, always be truthful, because it could come and burn you later, because this is considered a serious crime to lie to lenders about what your liabilities are. So if there's anything hanging over your head, any debt you have, even a personal debt, whatever it might be, a lawsuit that's currently filed against you where there's no judgment yet, but there might be, you have to disclose everything. And if you don't, then you could actually be accused and charged with mortgage fraud. So it's a very important thing to put down accurately, even if you're afraid, if they read this, they're not going to want to give me a loan. Well, okay, that's the way it's going to go. But it's not good to lie on the mortgage application because it may come back to burn you later. And that's what's happened with him here. He did not put down his gambling debts at the time when he applied for this mortgage that he received. Now, keep in mind, he did not default on the mortgage. Keep in mind that nobody lost money out of this, but he did lie on the application by omitting the $15 million debt he owed. So that was a big problem, and the government was going after him for that as well. It was found that he owed $945,000 in taxes for 2020, but didn't pay them until 19 months after they were due. And yet, in that time span, he sent $1 million to other people for gambling debts, and also spent $500,000 on personal luxury items during that time. And then there were a number of commingling of funds going on. Now, he wholly owned his law firm, so there's no embezzlement that was ever alleged, because it's impossible to embezzle from yourself. But from a tax standpoint, he was alleged to be claiming that certain things were business expenses, when in reality they were personal debts, such as gambling debts, that he was paying off and then writing them off as a business expense. So that was another one of the areas that they were charging him. Now, this probably sounds worse than it really is, because the truth is, a lot of this intermingling of funds and the whole thing with the women, a lot of this was for money that was very small compared to what he actually owed. So he didn't save very much doing it, which is why it was stupid anyway. Like, he shouldn't have tried to get away with these fake business expenses when it really was not saving him much money anyway. So one of the arguments that his attorney made in response was that these things really made only a small impact on his overall tax burden, and that ultimately he did fully pay what he owed plus penalties. So the government wasn't even out any money. It's not like he cheated them out of taxes and then lost all the money and was broke, and the government should have had that money in the first place. It wasn't anything like that. They have every penny that they were supposed to have, plus penalties. So it's nothing about that. They just didn't like that he was doing things like this. And I think what also played into it was that he's supposed to have a certain level of sophistication, being a lawyer, being not just a lawyer, but a well-known Supreme Court lawyer. And he's, by definition, an officer of the court. So when he knowingly breaks tax law, it's seen as worse than the average person doing it, who can say, well, sorry, I'm not an expert in this stuff, I just messed up. He's not an accountant, but he did knowingly break some laws. It's pretty clear he did. And that's worse for an attorney to do that than for the average person who can try to claim ignorance of the law and get some leniency. My guess at the time, in January 2025, was that he would get a year in prison for this and would have to pay a few $1,000,000 in restitution. I thought it would have been a lot worse if he still owed taxes and screwed the government in some way. But since he really had paid everything that was owed, he was just late and wasn't making it a priority, and then cutting corners in some ways and saying things were business expenses that really weren't. I felt he was going to get convicted, but I just didn't think that it was going to be a very long sentence. That was my guess back in January 2025. I also thought that most of the charges were going to get dismissed. So he ended up with 16 counts that he was being charged with federally. He was offered a plea bargain at one point, but he did not want to accept it because the government was unwilling to let him have a plea bargain where he would spend 0 time in prison. So not going to prison was very important to him. They wanted him to accept 5 years. So I understand why he didn't accept that. So he kind of felt this was a free roll to challenge, because if the best plea bargain they were going to give him was 5 years in prison, he probably felt even in the worst case, he's not going to do that much worse than that. And there may be a way he just completely beats it or gets a much lesser sentence. So he went forward to fight this. It is true that when the feds bring a case against you, that they tend to have the goods and they tend to have high confidence that they're going to win. So if you're ever federally charged with anything, unless you really, really have strong evidence in your defense, you're probably screwed. They're very good at figuring out whether the case is going to go in their favor. It is not that common that someone's federally charged and just walks away innocent. And he had to know this, being an expert in federal law. But I see why he fought it anyway, because they wanted him to spend 5 years in prison, and he was like, nope, not doing that, especially when there's really no victims here. And by the way, the case does have a result. I will give that to you at the end of this segment. It just came down. So the New York Times did an article in early February about this. Prior to this, there was not that much coverage of the situation. Even though I found it pretty interesting, I thought, okay, maybe I'm finding it interesting because it has to do with high-stakes poker and the whole world surrounding that and all these people that he was dealing with along the way. But it actually did have some mainstream intrigue. It just took a little while to show up. So this ended up showing up in the New York Times in early February, as I said, of 2026, during the actual trial. Actually, I think maybe it was late January, but it was this year. So it went like a year under the radar. But then the New York Times did a very long article and a very detailed article. And if you go to the Poker Fraud Alert forum, you can find it. It's actually posted by The Shrink on February 6th, and it's under the Tom Goldstein thread, which is in the Poker Community Discussion subforum on Poker Fraud Alert. So just go to The Shrink's post, and you can see the link to the New York Times article, which is very long and very interesting. It covers his beginnings all the way up into the present, at least the present when they wrote the article. Obviously, it doesn't have the court proceedings in there because those occurred after the article. The article was actually written by Jeffrey Toobin. Now, if you remember that name, which you might, he was the one who was caught jerking off on a Zoom call with colleagues when he was on there in 2020. Remember in 2020, we were all talking on Zoom, having meetings on Zoom, even having court hearings on Zoom because of COVID? So he was on Zoom, and I guess somehow he thought that since it wasn't pointing downwards, the camera, that he could get away with actually jerking off on cam, but he did not get away with it, and it was very embarrassing. But I guess he's recovered enough from that fiasco to be allowed to write this article at the New York Times. And it was a good article, I'll give him that. He may have had some lotion sitting next to him as he was typing it out, but he did a good job with it. His story actually included humble beginnings. You might think someone like Tom Goldstein and all his legal success was someone who went to Harvard Law School and had the best grades and was just destined to be a top-flight attorney. But that's actually not true. That's not the way it went at all. What actually happened was that he was not even the greatest student at the University of North Carolina. And he found a girlfriend there named Amy Howe, and he ended up marrying her. And he was kind of getting by just copying her notes and just winging it. He still didn't do well enough at UNC to get into any law school, but he got into American University through a distant relative who was a professor there, and he was able to get this relative to ask them to accept him even though he didn't normally qualify. However, once he was at American University, which is not a top law school, he started to get really interested in the law and started to excel. And he was really fascinated with the Supreme Court. And then things started to work for him. So he was hired as a summer intern by a major Supreme Court reporter named Nina Totenberg for NPR. And he and his wife became very close with Nina Totenberg. Through her recommendations, he started working for two well-known lawyers at the time, David Boies and Lawrence Tribe. These were actually the cases that became Bush versus Gore in the 2000 presidential election that, of course, had a lot of controversy to it because it was so close. He was 30 at the time, so he was not very experienced yet as an attorney, but he was already on the way up at that point, and he just kept becoming more and more prominent as time passed. And eventually, he founded his own law firm. And he became a specialist that handled Supreme Court cases, which is why he ended up arguing 10% of all the cases that came before the court during a span from 2009 to 2021. Now, Goldstein noticed poker when he was watching it on ESPN. Eventually, he started playing sometime in the 2000s. As I said, he kept under the radar. He played the main event of the World Series in 2008. I don't think he cashed in that, but what he ended up doing was going down to the Bellagio, and he started playing this crazy style. This was in a ring game, where he was actually not looking at his cards and just betting crazily. By a combination of getting lucky and also his opponents not quite knowing what to do when he's putting in all this money without knowing what he has. so there's no way to get a read on him. He ended up winning $400K over a period of 18 hours. I probably saw some of these games taking place because I was at the Bellagio a lot back in 2008 in the upper limit section. But he was no one special at that point, so I probably didn't notice him. And I wasn't actually in those games. I was in the Limit Hold'em games right next to it. Anyway, he ended up meeting Dan Bilzerian that way. And he became friends with Dan Bilzerian, who also soon was going to become very well known. And they became friends. As I mentioned back in our previous segment about Goldstein, Goldstein was Bilzerian's attorney when Bilzerian was being sued for injuring a stripper, actually, after he threw her off of a roof as part of a Hustler magazine shoot. And then she sued him. And Goldstein wrote a very legendary response to the attorney for the stripper. And people thought it was very amusing and funny, and also it brought up a lot of good points. While it was entertaining, it also pretty much smacked down her entire case, and it ended up going nowhere. But that went around places, and people said, wow, that lawyer seems really good. I'd love to have him represent me. I kind of thought that when I read the response. But that was Goldstein, if you remember reading that. That was in the early 2010s when this occurred. I forgot the exact year. Anyway, the New York Times article covers that and many more things, pretty much about his beginnings, both in the poker world and also as an attorney. He was also involved in another major case as an attorney that we've talked about on this show, and that was about Paul Fua, when Paul Fua was busted by the feds for bookmaking while staying at Caesars in the Caesars Villas. This is Caesars Las Vegas. You probably remember this story when Fua was staying at those villas, and he was taking a lot of big bets on the World Cup while in those villas. And the feds knew it. And the way they ended up busting him was by purposely killing the internet to those villas and then posing as cable company technicians to, quote, fix the internet. And what they actually did was bug the villas when they fixed the internet, and that's how they got proof that he was bookmaking from there, and then he was busted. The attorney who got him out of trouble for that was Tom Goldstein, who had befriended Fua through the high-stakes scene, and he was basically arguing that what the feds did there was illegal, that this was not a valid way to bug the villas, that Fua had an expectation of privacy, and that this was a way to dodge having to get a warrant. Because they did this without a warrant. They just found a way to get in by purposely cutting off his internet and then posing as cable repairmen. So Goldstein successfully argued that this was not a legal way to bug the place and bust Fua, and the whole case fell apart. This didn't go to the Supreme Court, but that's just another thing that Goldstein did in the past that we've talked about on this show. And I don't think I mentioned Goldstein's name. In fact, I may not have known his name at the time. Fua introduced him to huge games in Macau and was backing him, but the problem was Goldstein was losing a lot of money due to lack of patience, because that crazy style he played where he won all that money at the Bellagio back in '08, where he wasn't looking at his cards and playing recklessly, well, that worked for one night, but the problem was for the most part he was getting clobbered at these ring games because people figured out pretty quickly how to defend what he was doing. And if you just play a good, tight, aggressive game against someone who's a maniac like that and kind of figure out when they have it, when they don't, and you'll be wrong sometimes and they'll get lucky sometimes, but for the most part, in a ring game, you just wait for the right spot and keep picking them off. So that's what they did, and he lost a lot of money at the ring games, and that was the end of him ever being staked at ring games. Nobody wanted to stake him anymore because he was not a winning player by any sense of the imagination. His wife, who he'd been married to since the 1990s, remember he met her in college, his wife was also an attorney. He hid most of this gambling from her, and in fact, when he was going to Macau to play poker, he lied to his wife and claimed that he was just going there to do more legal work for Paul Fua. And she believed it because he actually had done legal work for Paul Fua, as I just mentioned. Now, what happened was Tom Goldstein then started to get a little bit jealous of some of these high rollers he would see around him. Because he was kind of a nerdy guy. He wasn't that attractive. He got to already look old when he's like in his late 20s. He'd gone bald. He's kind of short and skinny. He wasn't a dude who pulled a lot of women, let's just say that. But he didn't need to because he had a wife since he was in college. So he'd been with one woman for a very long time. But he was watching these high-stakes poker pros just get with all these different hot chicks. And he was jealous. And he started thinking, I wish I could have that lifestyle. Kind of sucks that I'm married. Kind of sucks that I can't get in on all this. Well, eventually, after seeing this enough, he decided he was going to get in on all this. And that's where the women stuff started, which, to be honest, it does kind of look like the government brought this into the case just to either make him look bad to the jury or just with some kind of vendetta, because they really didn't have much to do with the case. They had a little to do with the case, but it looked like the government overdid it as far as the women part. They gave way too many details. Anyway, one of those details was that he started meeting women through a site called Seeking Arrangements. Now, Seeking Arrangements is a site which is very clear in what people are looking for. It is for young women who want to be supported by rich men, and rich men who want to have some kind of sexual relationship with these young women in exchange for supporting them. Now, you may say that sounds like prostitution, and I would agree with you, but this isn't exactly prostitution, and it can kind of dodge any kind of legal ramifications because it's not paying for an act of sex. It's not like you're supporting them because they have sex with you one night. It's basically you support this woman, and then on a regular basis she'll have sex with you. It's just a relationship where both people are using each other. And that's not illegal. If people want to have a relationship in that way, they can. And it's not against the law. So that's what Seeking Arrangement does. And that's where he met them. And in fact, at one point, he rented a house in California for 3 women that he met from the site, from Seeking Arrangement, that he was having sex with all around the same time. Like, not all together. It wasn't like a foursome, but he'd be rotating between the women and had them all living together at a house in California that he rented. Imagine the conversations taking place in that house. Like, these 3 women, like, what are they saying to each other about it? What are they saying about him? That's what I'd worry the most about if I were him, is the women talking shit about me behind my back. Because these women are not with him because they're attracted to him or that they're impressed by his legal career. They're with him just for money, and in fact, they say so on the Seeking Arrangement website. So they're probably disgusted by him, but just doing what they need to do to get the money. And yet they're living together, so they're probably all discussing this, maybe even laughing at him. Who knows? But he put them all up at this house, which is not illegal, but it played into the whole thing with him not prioritizing his taxes and doing things like this. That's why the government claimed it was relevant. He also took a $10 million line of credit from a man named Stuart Resnick at the beginning of this nosebleed poker binge. Now, this, by the way, is stuff that all came out in 2026 as the trial was about to take place. A lot of these names were not known. A lot of these details were not known. But more and more came out. So this was from the New York Times article. So this Stuart Resnick, who I hadn't heard of before, Goldstein took a $10 million line of credit from him to basically fund his career. And Goldstein's point was that he has access to a lot of really rich people that he can play heads up, and that he's a better player than they are, and that they're not going to be able to handle his crazy aggression, but he just needs a very deep bankroll to be able to withstand the swings of this crazy aggression. So this Stuart Resnick did loan him $10 million for this. Then he got in a hole right away, losing to a man named Bob Safai. That's spelled Safai. Now, who is Bob Safai? Well, we actually mentioned him about a year ago when we did the segment before, but I didn't have his name at the time because this was not publicized yet. The second California businessman that he took this big loss to, this $9.5 million loss, that was Bob Safai. This was coming from a stake to him that was given by this Stuart Resnick. So he was in a hole, and he decided he wanted to seek out somebody else that he thought could get him out of that hole. Someone who was known to play very high stakes and known not to be all that good. And that was infamous billionaire heads-up aficionado Andy Beal. Now, you probably remember Andy Beal and his matches in the 2000s against what was known as the Corporation. The Corporation was a group of poker pros at the time, in the early 2000s, who played Andy Beal at heads-up limit hold'em, because that was a very dominant game at the time. And they traded off, so it was Andy Beal against whoever was playing at the time, and they were playing for very, very, very high stakes. They were playing like 100,000, 200,000 limit hold'em. The reason it was called the Corporation, it was a bunch of poker players together who pooled their bankrolls so they could afford this. And they did end up beating him. Beal eventually fell out with this poker corporation and felt they were kind of exploiting him. He just wasn't into the whole thing after some time. He had a number of disagreements with them. He started making demands of them that they did not want to keep. So that whole thing went away, and you probably haven't heard about him for some time. You probably forgot about him. But anyway, Goldstein was familiar with Andy Beal, and he decided to seek him out. Now, what he ended up doing to seek him out was he did it through the first California businessman that he played and beat, named Alec Gores. So we're going a bit back in time here. In 2016, Goldstein won 3 nosebleed poker matches against 2 foreign players that were friends of Paul Fua's and 1 California businessman who was Alec Gores, Gores. And overall, he ended up winning almost $51 million. He didn't report this on his 2016 taxes, but he also didn't have all of himself in these matches. He sold off a lot of that action because he couldn't afford to play at those stakes. But anyway, through knowing Gores, he ended up getting the connection to Andy Beal. So he got himself invited to a Costa Rican poker game through Alec Gores. And he thought, okay, how can I try to get Andy Beal's attention? I can't just walk up to him and say, hey, I want to play you heads up. I think you're a fish, and I need to get out of the hole because I just lost a bunch of money to this Bob Safai guy. And he also had lost a bunch of money playing Ring on his own dime. So even though he was up overall playing heads up, he was in a hole and needed to make money in some way and pay back that $10 million stake he got. And he thought Beal was the answer here. So he knew if he just approached Beal and said, hey, let's play poker, that Beal was going to not be interested. So what he decided to do was bring 4 of these girls that he met through seeking arrangement or something else similar, because he had heard that Beal was an infamous womanizer and that he also collected women in a similar fashion. So he thought that if he brought 4 really pretty girls to stand around him as he plays poker, that this will impress Beal, and Beal will say, hey, I do that too. Hey, I see you love collecting beautiful women as well, and that they would strike up a friendship. Well, that actually worked. That is how he got to know Andy Beal. And the 2 of them became friendly because he brought those girls to that Costa Rican poker game. So Beal then did agree to play him heads up. The whole plan worked. And it worked better than he could have imagined because Goldstein was stomping on him in the games. Goldstein won $50 million off of Beal. This is in 2023 now. And at that point, he quit his law practice and he made up a phony reason that the Supreme Court had gone too far right-wing because it was 6-3 thanks to the Trump appointees, and that he felt that it was going to be too hard to practice at this point. He doesn't want to practice against a right-wing Supreme Court. That wasn't the truth. He just wanted an excuse to quit. In reality, he felt that he would be making huge money going forward against Beal, and maybe he'd even get other very well-heeled opponents to try to play him. He was imagining that from Beal himself, he might win $250 million before the whole thing is done. Unfortunately for Goldstein, this whole Beal thing was derailed by the federal charges. Now, he was aware that the feds were interested in him. He was informed in 2020 that he was being investigated. In fact, they asked him a number of questions. The IRS actually called him in and asked him a number of questions. So he knew he was being investigated, but then 2.5 years passed and he heard nothing further. So he thought this whole thing was gone, and he wasn't very worried about it. However, the reason this changed was that a new guy took over the case. His name was Stanley Okula, Okula, and he decided to be a lot more aggressive in this whole thing. He kind of picked it up and ran with it, whereas before it was just stagnating and it looked like it was never going to go anywhere. Stanley Okula said, hey, you know what? I think there's something here. I think we could make a good case here. And he very aggressively went after Goldstein. Had this not occurred, had Okula not been the one to take over this case, then we would not know about any of this stuff, and Goldstein would likely still be playing Andy Beal for huge money and maybe winning the $250 million that he thought he'd win. But this changed everything, and once he was hit with the federal charges, then that killed all the Beal matches. That was it. It was done, and he couldn't continue playing under the circumstances when he was being federally charged. So that was that. Last year, I thought that the fake female employee thing was going to be one of the things that would bring him down, because he listed them as employees when they hadn't done anything, and that was technically tax evasion when they were listed as employees and deducted as a business expense. But it turned out that this was actually a nothing burger. His attorney was able to show that 3 of the 4 girls that were employed at his firm actually did some work, and that the amount of money that he saved on his taxes by declaring them as employees was in the low thousands. So it was inconsequential. In fact, Goldstein stated that he believed this was thrown in to make him unlikable to the jury, since he had been married since the 1990s. So he looked like this womanizer asshole who basically buys women while his loving wife sits at home and has no idea this is going on. And I believe this is likely true. I think that's the real reason they brought the stuff with the girls in. I thought that the tax evasion charges were weak because he did pay all of his taxes with penalty. He just paid them late. His attorney stated in court that millions of Americans do the same, even if they have the ability to pay at the time the taxes are due, just like Goldstein did. He said he's being charged with something that nobody ever seems to be charged with. I did think the mortgage fraud was going to be tough on him. He claimed that the debt to Resnick, which I said was $15 million earlier, was actually $10 million, but whatever, that he didn't put that on the mortgage application form, even though he did owe $10 million to Resnick at the time when he filled out the form. And that is a form of bank fraud. And his defense to this, that he was trying to hide his gambling from his wife, which, while he really was hiding the gambling from his wife, that probably wasn't the reason that he left that off. And even if it was, that's not an excuse. You can't just say, well, I'm going to break the law and commit mortgage fraud because I'm trying to save my marriage. You can't do that. Just like you can't go rob a 7-Eleven and say, well, look, I lost all my money gambling, so the only way I could pay the rent is by robbing a 7-Eleven, so I did that so my wife wouldn't know about my gambling. Like, you can't do that. You can't just break the law and say, I'm doing this to save my marriage. So even that defense was weak. Goldstein did acknowledge winning $88 million heads up, but he said he's about a $10 to $15 million net loser overall in poker. And this is for 2 reasons. He said, number one, he was backed in these heads-up matches, so these $88 million he won, much of that didn't go to him. And when he played these ring games, nobody would stake him because he was a fish. So not only did he do very poorly, but he had 100% of himself. So he said overall he lost between 10 and 15 million in poker. And in fact, this was kind of his defense, or among other things he was defending, that it's not like he won big money playing poker and hid it from the government. He actually lost overall playing poker. He was forbidden from gambling as a bail condition, though he did say that he wants to beat the charges and go back to playing Andy Beal, who apparently is willing to play him, with the goal of winning $250 million off of him. So it's funny how he's just stating this outright. You think Beal would kind of get pissed off to read this? Because if I were Beal, I would think, this guy's just trying to use me. This guy set up this whole friendship by showing up with these girls to manipulate me. And then he kind of worked in, hey, let's play heads up. And now apparently this whole thing was like a career plan for him. So if I were Beal, I'd feel pissed about this and just not play him anymore. Surprised he revealed as much as he did here. The article also mentioned that he lost most of his friends from the legal community because they were friends with both him and his wife, who again was an attorney as well. And they were very upset with how he treated her. And they were close with her as well, and they really looked down upon him for what he did. That he didn't just cheat on her, but he kept these women in houses and meeting all these different girls of seeking arrangement. It was just girls with him that he was supporting with their money, because remember, they're still married. All that time he claimed to be going and doing legal work for Paul Fua and other people, so that people in the legal community that he had befriended lost respect for him and took the side of his wife. And he's on the way to a divorce, by the way. So that he basically has no friends in the legal community anymore, though people in poker still like him. Andrew Roble was a friend of his and a backer, and Roble was called to testify. Toby Maguire was also called to testify. Where did Toby Maguire come in? Well, Toby Maguire was referred to in the indictment as, quote, the actor. And it's interesting how he got to know Maguire. He actually represented Toby Maguire against Andy Beal in 2019 over a dispute that Maguire had with Beal over a poker debt. Isn't that weird? That he did know Beal before, but he knew Beal as an adversary. He was telling Beal, you better pay up or we're going to sue you. And this is going to go public, blah, blah, blah. So he threatened a lawsuit against Beal if Beal did not pay up money that was owed to Maguire from a match they had played. I'm not sure why Beal didn't want to pay it, but he wasn't paying up until Goldstein got involved and threatened to sue him. Now, there is a, quote, producer that was backing Maguire in this heads-up match between Beal and Maguire. That producer is the only one that hasn't been named. I kind of thought it was Rick Solomon, and it may have been, but that's the one who hasn't been named, the producer. But the producer had 50%, Maguire himself had 50%, and Maguire won $15.6 million, and then Beal didn't want to pay for whatever reason. So then Goldstein was hired, and in 2021, the money was completely recovered. And Goldstein was paid $500,000 for his services. And the reason this came up was that the government claimed that when he was paid the $500K by Maguire, that he sent this directly over to Bob Safai, who he owed from having lost to him heads up, to partially satisfy the debt, and that this should have been reported as business income, but it wasn't. Just the $500K Maguire gave him, he just forwarded over to Bob Safai, and that was that. So that was one of the other forms of tax evasion. Again, not huge money, but that was technically against the law. Another person who had invested in Goldstein that was revealed at the trial was Michael McGinnis, who was another attorney. He was the one who owned the law firm that had previously worked with Goldstein, and that he said, hey, I want to play Bob Safai again. I just lost a lot of money to him. So can you stake me in this? And they didn't give him a lot of money for this. They sent him $500K. So he had already gotten the $10 million from Resnick before, and he needed more money. So he got $500K from Michael McGinnis, who was an attorney he'd worked with before. And he even tricked him into thinking that the money had to be posted right away, when in reality he had to send that $500K over to Bob Safai to satisfy a previous debt. So anyway, it's a big confusing mess, I know. But this is pretty interesting that we get to have a window into the high-stakes world, the nosebleed stakes world, actually, and all the monetary transactions that go back and forth, including the backing of someone like Goldstein, who had access to play these businessmen where these poker pros could not, because Andy Beal didn't want to play someone like Andrew Roble, who's known as a great player. He wanted to play someone that was like himself, a non-poker pro. So that's where some of these people will come in and back Goldstein, believing him to be the better player. And in fact, also Andrew Roble helped train him to become a better player, because it was partially his money on the line. And Paul Fua also did a lot of the backing for these nosebleed stakes heads-up matches. Now, what ended up happening in this trial, because this is just completed and a verdict has been rendered? Well, worse result than I thought. Thomas Goldstein was convicted yesterday of 12 of 16 counts. He was found guilty on 1 count of tax evasion, 1 count each of willful failure to timely pay taxes for the 4 tax years, so that's 4 more counts, 3 counts of making a false statement on a loan application, which is about the mortgage fraud thing, and 4 out of 8 counts of aiding and assisting in preparation of a false tax return. The other 4 counts in that he was found not guilty. So that's the only thing he got out of, with 4 of the 8 counts about preparing a false tax return. But he still got convicted on 4 there as well. It was actually believed during the trial that he was probably going to get off completely for the preparation of false tax return allegations, because he got his accountant to admit under oath that they made some mistakes on Goldstein's return. On February 13th, when they cross-examined IRS Special Agent Jack McDonald, Goldstein's attorney revealed that Goldstein had told agents in an interview that his tax trouble, quote, all comes down to a catastrophic fuck-up by his tax preparers. That's what he said when the IRS asked what's going on. So they were questioning the tax preparers, which was GRF CPAs and advisors, and someone named Walter DeHeil was on the stand. And at first, he testified that Goldstein had not provided him adequate information about his gambling income, and that's the reason that the gambling income was not always disclosed. However, on cross-examination, he did admit to making some errors on Goldstein's tax returns, and he also admitted to having unintentionally making some incorrect statements to IRS investigators. So it was thought this was going to make the whole filing a false return part disappear, because here his own tax preparer admitted that they made some false statements to the IRS investigators accidentally, and that they also made some errors on his returns, which is what Goldstein was claiming the whole way. However, the jury was not impressed by this, and they still convicted him on 4 of those 8 counts. Why, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that given Goldstein's level of sophistication, that he knew that he was underreporting there, and he knew a lot of the things that he was submitting were false, and all those things I described to you that he was doing, like putting the girls down as employees and transferring the $500K that was sent to him by Tobey Maguire to Bob Safai to pay a debt, that he should have known that this was illegal to do, that he can't dodge paying business taxes on this stuff or get business write-offs on this stuff, and that he can't just fully blame his accountant, which, I agree with. I still think this was overblown, is pretty much victimless, but yes, I do believe that Goldstein probably did knowingly lie on his tax return, and that's probably the way the jury saw it, so they convicted him on 4 of those 8 counts and not guilty on the other 4. However, everything else that he was charged with, he got convicted. I don't believe that the mortgage thing was about hiding from his wife And as I said, that doesn't really matter if true. I think the tax evasion thing is pretty weak that they convicted him on that, because he did eventually pay his taxes, and that he was more just delaying paying his taxes because he wanted to use the money to continue playing these heads-up matches, but he was never looking to stiff the IRS and ultimately didn't. Presumably, if paying off his taxes was a prerequisite to continuing these matches against Beal, I have to think that people like Andrew Roble and Paul Fua would have fronted him the money. So it's not even like he had no way to pay the taxes if he lost, which is actually a pretty big point. I don't know if he made that in court. But it's one thing to kind of free roll the government when you owe taxes and say, you know what, I'm not going to pay these taxes. I'm going to try to gamble with this money I'm supposed to be sending the IRS. And if I win, great, then I'll pay late. And if I don't win, oh well, then I guess I can't pay. And then he ends up winning and pays. Like, I can understand how they would claim they're being free rolled there. But given these circumstances, given what was going on, given that he was in the midst of these matches against Andy Beal where he was a favorite and he was being backed by very rich people, I have to think that it just wasn't realistic that he was never going to pay those taxes, even if he lost. So I would have thought that could have been argued, that there was never really a free roll going on. It was just more of changing the allocation of his funds to where he's prioritizing playing these matches and having more of himself rather than paying his taxes with that money, but that ultimately he was going to pay the taxes. And in fact, his text messages that he was having with these people he was dealing with, he even admitted that he owes some taxes, but that he'll worry about it later. At one point he texted, I think it was to Beal, I owe some taxes, but that's my problem to deal with. So he was never saying, like, I'm never going to pay this or I'm going to hide it. It was clear he meant to pay his taxes at some point and probably would have received money to pay those taxes. I'm not saying none of this is illegal. I'm just saying that if you look at the whole thing, there wasn't a lot of criminal intent here. It's kind of a lot of minor violations that were just on a bigger scale because of the money involved. I do think there's a decent chance that this IRS investigator that took over the case may have been given the case, or may have been told once he was given the case, to put a lot of effort into securing a conviction here because someone didn't like him. It is possible he pissed off the wrong person who had some power to make this happen, and this was basically his Al Capone moment. It's very possible. There's no way to know this. But it's really surprising to see these aggressive charges, given that he did pay all the taxes and the penalties, he just paid late. And where there really wasn't anything alleged that was any kind of major criminal violation. So as I said, it's not like they think he's a drug dealer, but they can't prove it, so they're getting him on this. It's nothing like that. Like, this is what they think he did, and that's what they got him on. So I don't support this. I think there's something fishy about this whole thing. I do think that most of the things they convicted him of, he really did. It's just one of these things most people don't get charged with. I do think the tax evasion was weak, though I guess technically he did that. But if I were on the government's side here, side meaning like that I'm actually prosecuting him, I would have offered him a plea deal with no prison time, or maybe with minimal prison time. I would not have demanded 5 years. And the 5 years thing is weird too, because that was pretty much locking him into having to go to a trial, and I have to think that was intentional too. They did not want him to plea out of this and get something minimal. They felt they had enough of a case to convict him and probably get him at least a few years in prison, and they wanted to put him through a trial. So they offered him 5 years, which they knew he was never going to accept, to kind of force this to trial. And that's not usually how these plea bargains go. Usually, for something like this, they'll totally take a plea bargain. Usually, they will give you some kind of fair sentence for what you did. I think 5 years is excessive, very excessive, for what he did here. So it's weird that that was the plea offer. It's not like they gave him a plea offer of a year in prison, and then he said no, and he ended up getting sentenced to 5 when it was all over. This is where they offered him 5. So someone really seems to have had it in for him. That's what I think. And that's what he thinks, too. I think he's got a point. I think he's got a point also about the whole thing with the women. He said that they were overly detailed and just saying way, way too much in court about all these things about his sexual proclivities, which, by the way, I don't have down exactly what they were in case you're interested. But like apparently a lot of stuff was revealed in court. And he's like, why are they doing this? What does this have to do with anything? And I think this really may have been that they found just a loose way to bring this out in court just to embarrass him or just to prejudice the jury against him. Now, what kind of sentence is he going to face? Because he has not been sentenced yet. Well, it does look scary because if you add up the maximum sentences for all these different counts, this could end up a life sentence, especially because he's in his mid-50s. However, this is not likely to occur. And this is something that always annoys me when the media reports on things, is they'll talk about the number of years that someone is, quote, facing after they've been convicted. And you go, oh, wow, this person's going to be in prison for 30 years, for 40 years. And in reality, they end up getting like 3. So the maximum sentence and the sentence they can expect are 2 very different things. And Goldstein has no criminal history. Plus, this whole thing just wasn't very egregious. This is not something that would qualify for the maximum in any case. So the biggest penalties come from the false statements on a loan application, and you can actually get up to 30 years for each count. But that doesn't mean he's going to get 90 years. Doesn't mean he's going to get 30 years. He's going to get way, way less than that. Also, the maximum sentence is 5 years for tax evasion, which he had 1 count. 3 years for each count of assisting in preparation of a false tax return. He had 4 of those. And 1 year on each count of willful failure to pay taxes. And he had 4 of those. So yeah, that could add up to well over 100 years, and he's in his mid-50s. So you may say, hey, yeah, if he gets half of that, he's never going to get out of prison. But it's not going to go that way. I actually think he's going to get something like, I said 2 years earlier on the forum, but I'm changing my mind on that. I'm thinking now he's going to get 3 or 4 years. I said 1 last year, but that was before he got convicted on 12 counts. Then I said 2 on the forum earlier today, but now that I'm thinking about it, 2 just seems like it's not enough for these 12 counts. I'm talking about the time he'll actually spend in prison. Some of this may be concurrent, where he's serving sentences together. I don't know how they're going to work with that. But maybe like 3 to 4 years is what he's going to get. That's my guess now. You know, that sucks. He doesn't deserve that much time. But he's going to get some real time here. I couldn't see any scenario where he gets less than 1 year. And I think even getting less than 2 is pretty unlikely at this point. But who knows? I mean, this has been a weird case. I felt that he's been overcharged the entire way. I felt that the plea deal was weird of what they were offering. And maybe the sentence will be weird. Who knows? I guess if there's any lesson here, there's a few lessons, I guess. But one of the lessons is, if you are taking on powerful people and interests in the Supreme Court, you better keep your nose clean, because the first chance they have to call in a favor to bust you, those people might. That's one lesson. Second is, if you are doing stuff like this, don't do stupid shit that doesn't have much benefit for you. Don't claim business expenses that aren't even saving you much money. Furthermore, I guess it's never a good idea to use seeking arrangement, especially if you're married. I don't understand the appeal of seeking arrangement. I really don't. It's something that I could never picture ever wanting to do, no matter what my circumstances would be, even if I were single and had a ton of money. I really just don't understand the appeal. And I know not everybody finds things appealing the same way I do. So I know each person's different. But I would feel like a chump knowing that I'm paying women to have sex with me, but otherwise they find me gross. I realize the same argument could be made regarding getting hookers, which I also wouldn't do, but at least there it's just like a quick one-night thing when the fancy strikes and you're done. But here he was tying himself to these women as their sugar daddy, when in reality they probably despised him and just only liked his money. I don't know how old these women are, but I have to imagine they were probably young, probably under 30. When you're over 50, most women in their 20s are not going to find you attractive. They just won't. A few might, but most of them won't. And the one on the seeking arrangement site is probably not one who finds you attractive. That's one who's very specifically saying, I just want money. Because a woman in her 20s who finds much older men attractive, she's just going to want to date them normally. She's going to want to date an older guy and marry him. She's not going to go on seeking arrangement. She's just going to find a rich older guy who will be happy to be with her and marry him and marry into that money. She wouldn't need seeking arrangement. Seeking arrangement is basically a site where both people are agreeing to use one another. And I just could not be turned on in such a situation. And one thing I can say about every single woman I've been with was the fact that they were there because they actually liked me. They actually wanted to be there. It wasn't because I was giving them anything. I just could not be turned on by having sex with someone that I knew couldn't wait for the whole thing to be over. To me, that's just the biggest turnoff you can have. Is someone that I know quietly despises me and quietly wishes she wasn't there. Now, it's one thing if you're with someone and they're pretending to still like you when they really don't, or if they're trying to use you and they're pretending like they like you. Okay, people can be fooled. But that's not what this site is about. It's not about fooling anything. It's about just going forward and saying, hey, I know you're not going to find me attractive. I know you're not going to enjoy sex with me, but hey, I find you hot. I'm rich. I'm going to support you. So how about it? It's like an extended prostitution thing, but it's much worse than prostitution because the prostitution, as I said, it's just one and done. If I had to pick between the two, I would definitely choose the prostitution because at least you just do it when the fancy strikes and you move on. This, you're tying yourself to them and taking responsibility for them when they don't really like you. But I guess what was going on was that Tom Goldstein was still that same nerd who didn't get many women and was tied to the same girl his whole adult life. And he wanted to feel like a swinging playboy. And I think being friends with Dan Bilzerian probably really made him feel like that buying women was part of the whole aura of coolness. Because, by the way, the women you see hanging around Dan Bilzerian, they're not with him because he's so cool. They're with him because he's literally paying for them. All the women in those photos are paid to be there. I'm not just guessing, that's a fact. And I have to imagine the women that Bilzerian's had sex with, most of them are there for money. So he probably saw this. He probably just saw that Bilzerian's buying women. And he thought, hey, I'd love to buy women. Yeah, I've got money. I'm part of this whole scene now. I want to do it too. Forget my old wife at home. That's not very exciting. So I don't understand why he did that, but I guess I can kind of see it if I try to think the way he was thinking then. Just nothing that would appeal to me. It's very different. Like, if there are girls that are showing interest in you because they know you have money, and you think, okay, that's probably why they're into me, but they are showing interest, and I'm going to delude myself into thinking that they like me because, maybe they like me and they like the fact that I have money. I can see where these guys delude themselves into thinking that in that sort of situation. But when you go on a website actually called Seeking Arrangement, there it couldn't be more clear. There you can't even begin to delude yourself that they really like you. Anyway, that's all I've got for you on this one. I'll tell you when he gets sentenced how long that's going to be. I have a feeling I'm going to believe it's way too long. And yeah, he kind of got screwed here. I'd love to know the real motivation behind this whole thing. I'd really love to know it because I don't think this is a standard situation. I don't think this was just someone new took over his case and said, hey, you know what? Let's press this a little harder. I have to think that there was some outside influence. I mentioned before that he was a Democrat, But I don't even think it's so much about that. He was a moderate Democrat. He was pro-Israel, as you'd expect of someone of that age who is successful and Jewish. It's pretty common for them to be moderate Democrats who are pro-Israel. That's exactly what I would have guessed of him without even knowing this. But the point is, he wasn't like some fanatical liberal who was very politically active and pissed off some Republican, and then someone in the Trump administration pulled the strings to see this happen. And besides, when this started, Trump was not the one who was in office. This was when Biden was in office. So I don't think it was about that. I think it was just having to do with one of these cases, he argued, that he got someone angry. And that person had the power to pull the strings here and either get someone new assigned to it that was going to push this hard, or once someone was, they were able to use their influence to get that person to look into it more aggressively. There's always a cost to challenging those in power. Things can happen if you don't keep your nose completely clean. If you want to text me about this, 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. Someone texted me about something unrelated to this. In fact, something we're not going to have on the agenda tonight. What's the latest with Bovada? Well, there really isn't. I've just been continuing to troll them. I'm going to keep doing that until they hopefully cry uncle one day. Well, I can't say. I may actually have something further I do down the line, but for the moment, I am just trolling them. Then we will see where we go. But I'm not giving up on it, don't worry. Let's talk about another legal matter. There is a judgment. There's a court judgment that is owed to me and has been owed to me for about 5 years, and I have not collected 1 penny. The total money I've received from the person who owes me this judgment has been
0.0.
And I'm getting tired of it. And in fact, I let this go for too long. I'm talking about Mike Postle. Remember that? Remember when Mike Postle sued me for $330 million? He really did. He sued me for $330 million for defamation. The whole case was so stupid, but the case against me, because I was one of 12 defendants, the case against me was probably the dumbest of all the 12 defendants, because I had such a little role in that whole thing. By the time I even got involved, Mike Postle's name was already mud. He already had the reputation of a cheater. Everyone believed he cheated. Thousands of people had already commented on the situation on social media before I ever said a word about it. So there is no way I had any kind of impact on the situation. And as I like to tell him, if I were never born, he would have the identical reputation as he does today. So I really made no impact. And he's admitted this at various times. It's not even like this is my assertion and not his. He's told me before he was very close to not including me in the lawsuit. This wasn't during the suit, but afterwards he told me this. I've had some DM conversations with him on X, would you believe? But he's told me this, and I believe it, because I've heard from other sources that I was the last one added, and it was very iffy whether they're going to add me or not to this lawsuit. So the whole thing was extremely frivolous, and you cannot appear on a major poker stream and have them hold you out as the best ever and a wonder kid and all these other descriptions that he knowingly let them use to promote him and help them promote him. You can't go on and present yourself that way on a very well-watched stream and not allow commentary about whether or not you're playing honestly. That's all part of being a public figure. He was at minimum a limited-purpose public figure in the area of poker, which means basically anyone can make any comments related to his poker play, and they don't have to prove it to be true. As long as the person making the comments believe it to be true when they made the comments, then they cannot be sued for defamation. That is the law. And I definitely believed everything I said. I still believe everything I said. And by making himself a public figure in poker, he cannot sue me for making comments about his poker play and whether I believed he was playing honestly. He can be unhappy with me, but he can't successfully sue me for it. So the whole thing was frivolous, and that's why he could not find a single attorney to take this on contingency, even though some of the defendants were very deep-pocketed. Like he sued ESPN. He sued Poker News. He sued Doug Polk. He sued a lot of people and entities that had a lot of money and that would have paid to dismiss this as a nuisance suit if it had any kind of slight merit to it. But it didn't even have slight merit. But the case against me was the worst because I had no impact. Like Veronica Brill was the one who started this whole thing, and she was named there. Well, okay, I don't agree he should be able to sue her either, but at least he could say, well, she made a major impact on his life by making these allegations. And Doug Polk and Joey Ingram, they were named. Well, they were the main two covering it in poker media. Again, I don't believe they should be able to be sued. I don't think they've done anything wrong, but I will agree that they made an impact on his reputation because they have huge audiences and they covered this very extensively. I did not. I don't have a huge audience. I wish I did, but I don't have a huge audience. I didn't then. And I was not covering this extensively. I was covering it, but I wasn't covering it like all day and all night like Joey Ingram was. So while none of these people named should have been sued, I was the one who probably least should have been sued of those 12. The most important part is that we gave him an out. We said, look, Todd has nothing to do with all this. He just commented on it, as thousands of other people are. He does not have a huge audience. He made no impact. So drop him out of the suit. You don't have to drop the whole suit. Just drop Todd out of the suit, and we won't go after you for any attorney's fees. We have had to spend money on legal work by this point, but we won't go after you for any attorney's fees. We will put this in writing if you drop me out right now. And he said, no, I'm going forward. I'm continuing to sue Todd for $330 million. So at that point, he was going for the gold. He wanted to extract my life savings from me over this. And had he won, let's say he won a gigantic judgment, he would take everything he could. He would go after every asset I have. You know it. I know it. But he didn't win. What ended up happening was that he couldn't afford to pay his attorneys that he started with. Then he couldn't find any other attorneys, and he kept stalling and stalling and stalling. And this caused the legal bill on our end to run up, because with every delay he's making, it runs up the legal bill, because we just wanted this thing over. We kept trying to get it dismissed. So every time he tried to delay, then we would have to run up more legal work opposing the delay. I wasn't going to just let this hang over my head forever. In fact, tying it to the previous topic, if I took out any kind of loan during that time or made other business deals, I would have to disclose that I'm named in a $330 million lawsuit, and that could cause me not to be able to get the loan. It could mess up other business deals that I might be interested in making. So I can't just leave this sitting here for perpetuity, regardless of how much he's trying to move the case. I need to get this dismissed and over with. So he was delaying. They were granting the delays at the court because he was representing himself at the time, and they tend to give those people more leeway. But finally, when he couldn't get an attorney, because he wanted to get one on contingency and nobody would take it, presumably, so he couldn't get an attorney, and finally he dropped the case, and he erroneously believed, I think, that the anti-SLAPP that we filed, which is a motion to get it dismissed, that if he dropped the case, that would automatically force our anti-SLAPP to be dropped as well, but that's not how it works, because the anti-SLAPP, if you win, then the other side owes your attorney's fees to you. So you can't get out of owing attorney's fees because you think you're about to lose the anti-SLAPP, which seems like that's what he did. So the judge told him, nope, that's not how it works. We still hear the anti-SLAPP, even though it's dropped. So the judge did hear it, and the judge ruled in our favor, and also ruled in Veronica Brill's favor in her separate hearing. So he ended up owing approximately $27,000 to both me and Veronica for attorney's fees. And it's separate judgments, $27 each to us, approximately. Now, what Veronica wants to do about it is her business. But I want to collect that $27,000. Why? Well, number one, he had his chance to drop me out of this and chose not to. We told him, we won't go after this if you drop Todd out now. He said no. We said, okay, but if you try to do this and you lose and you owe us attorney's fees, we're going to collect them. Well, okay, I'm still doing it anyway. So he did. He gambled, he lost. So now it's time to pay. Because you know he would collect for me if he could. If he won anything from me, he'd be collecting right now. He'd be collecting 5 years ago. So I'm not letting Postle free roll me, which is what he was doing. Anything he won, he would have collected, but then when he loses, he thinks he's not going to pay. That's not how it works. He had his one chance to let me out of it and not owe me anything. He rejected it. He lost. So I'm going to collect. That's the way it goes. If you try to hit me with a frivolous lawsuit and then you lose and then you owe me money as a result of losing, then yes, I'm going to collect. And the solution to that, if you don't want that to happen, is don't hit me with a frivolous lawsuit. Right? You can't free roll me with frivolous lawsuits. It's not going to happen. But somehow, for the last 5 years, I kind of let this go because he's hard to collect from. He doesn't have a job. He hides all his money. He probably hides it through his mom. And it's even hard to find where he is. So I kind of thought, okay, he's just uncollectible, whatever. Maybe one day we'll get lucky. He plays a tournament and wins and we can get to the money in time. He did play one tournament since we got that judgment where he got a pretty decent payout. But the problem was by the time we found out that he was in this tournament and running deep, there just was not time to go through the legal mechanisms to seize the money because this was out of state and it takes some time. And we found out, just as he was about to win it. On January 13th, 2023, he played the $1,200 No Limit Hold'em main event in Biloxi, finished 7th for $32,700. So we could have gotten all of that if we were aware of it in time. We just didn't become aware in time. The reason we weren't aware is he was reportedly wearing a disguise there. This isn't verified. He loves to tell me he wasn't wearing a disguise and this is a lie, but that's what I've heard, is he was wearing a disguise. And he definitely was not listed on the day one chip counts. He was listed under some alias or something. Didn't say Mike Postle. So this made me think. We were so close to having a chance to get this money, but he successfully hid it until it was too late. But wouldn't it be nice if I knew any time that he was either running deep in a tournament or in some other kind of gambling contest where he's due some money because he's likely to finish in a high place? Wouldn't that be nice if somehow I would just know? Wouldn't it be good if just God himself came down and said, hey, Todd, just want to let you know Mike Postle's playing this event. He's pretty deep. He's probably going to make some money. So go at this. Try to get that money held up when he wins it and sent over to you. Wouldn't that be nice? But how can I do that? God's not going to come down and do that for me. So how can I find this out? I'm not psychic, and I can't pay a private investigator to follow him around everywhere. So how could I find this out? And then it came to me. There are many, many eyes and ears all over poker. There's people everywhere. And number one, a lot of people want to see Postle finally have a consequence for everything he did. But number two, people like money. And with interest, because the way the law works is if you don't pay a court judgment, then whoever you owe it to is entitled to 10% per year. So that brings the judgment to around $42,000 presently, because it's been 5 years. So that $27K became $42K with interest. That's what he owes me. He legally owes me about $42K. And if I can find the money, I can collect it. But how? But I thought, you know what? People like money. Why don't I incentivize this collection? Why don't I incentivize people to help me, even if they don't care about this, even if they don't even like me too much? why don't I incentivize giving me the information in a timely fashion? So on February 12th, I did just that. I posted this to X, and it has, at this time, 97,000 views. So a lot of people saw it. It's entitled, Earn Over $10,000 for Reporting Seeing Mike Postle in Tournaments. Now, is that true? Can you really earn over $10,000? Yes, you can. This is offered to you as well, the listener. I am only one of 2 poker players on Earth with a court judgment against Mike Postle. That's true. Now over $42,000 after interest. He has dodged payment for 5 years and refused to pay, despite cashing in multiple tournaments during that time. The problem is that he has reportedly been asking tournament directors to keep quiet if he makes day 2 and list him under an alias. By the time I find out he's going to cash, it's too late to garnish his winnings, especially out of state. It's possible that he's tipping these tournament directors to do this for him. For this reason, I've decided to provide a big incentive to find Postle playing tournaments and report it to me. Here's my offer. If you see Mike Postle playing a tournament and it's down to 20% of the field or less, text me at 775-372-8355. I posted this on Twitter, and I'm making the same offer to you guys here. If you have a picture of him, that is a picture of him playing, that's even better but not required. We will immediately start collection proceedings. I will give you 25% of all money collected if we are successful, which could end up over $10,000 for you. This is open to anyone who sees him, including tournament staff. Anonymity is guaranteed. If he's part of any other long-running contest and seems to be in the running for decent prize money, that applies here too. Same 25% reward. Now, note this will only be paid to the first person who alerts me to each event, and it'll only be paid if we end up collecting. So if we fail to collect, I can't pay anything. However, we will put substantial effort into collection if it seems like a decent payday is coming his way. If you're frustrated that Postle never faced any legal consequences for the entire scandal, or if you're just interested in making some easy cash, text me 775-372-8355. Anonymity guaranteed if desired. And I posted a picture of Postle in the tweet with the red word deadbeat stamped on his face. Which is true. That's what he's been. He's been a deadbeat. He hasn't paid his judgments. Now, someone brought up a concern. Wait a minute. What if you pretend that someone else texted you and pay nobody? What if you get tips and then you pay none of these people for giving you these tips and say, oh, someone else texted me before you, when in reality no one did, and I claim to have given the 25% to some phantom person that doesn't exist? My answer to that is, I won't do that. Why would I do that? Why would I defraud people at this point? Do I ever defraud people? Do I ever rip anyone off? Do I ever cheat anyone? If I say I'm going to give you 25%, I'm going to give you 25%. I will appreciate very much any information that allows me to collect this damn judgment that has been sitting there without a penny paid to me for 5 years. I'm not going to screw you here. That's not what I do. I will appreciate anything given to me, and I will keep my promise. Now, if the person doesn't want to be anonymous, then great. Then I can post who they are. If they do want to be anonymous, then, what can I do? I can't provide proof of who they are, who I paid, because they want to be anonymous. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to screw those that try to help me here, even if they're doing it to make money. I don't care your motivation here. I don't care if it's just because you don't like Postle or just because you want the money. I don't care if you actually dislike me. That's fine. I don't care. If you hate me, go ahead and do it anyway. In fact, it's not even a requirement that you don't hate me. Even if I know you hate me, I will pay you if you help me here. I'm not even kidding. Like, anyone who helps me here. The only way I won't pay you is if you owe me money. So if you presently owe me money, which is very few people, but if you presently owe me money and then do this, then yes, I will subtract what you owe me first before paying you. But that's the only thing I would do as far as not paying. Anyone else, even someone I know hates my guts, if they do this and they're the first one to text me, I will honestly pay them 25%. We have to collect, of course. If we don't collect, you're not getting anything, but anything we collect, I'll send you a quarter of it. So this offer is open to everybody. And, too bad on him. I don't care if he can afford it right now. I don't care how much money he has right now. And by the way, I know where he is now. I am aware of where he lives. I am aware of a number of things right now. not going to state it out here, but I'm aware of a number of things. He should have dropped me out when he had the chance. One of his friends asked, is this kind of petty? Why are you doing this here? Why can't he just let it go? Because he sued me for $330 million. That's why I can't let it go. Because he wouldn't drop me out of the damn case. He wanted to get every penny he could from me when I didn't even do anything. Like, what does he expect? This is a major, major story. Let's even say by some miracle he didn't actually cheat. Let's say it just really looks like he cheated, but he was actually 100% innocent. And this was all something that was made up by Veronica and other people. Let's just say that, okay? I don't believe that, but let's just say hypothetically that's true. Well, it definitely looked like he was cheating, right? From everything we could see on the stream. So even if he was innocent, it looked like it. So what the hell does he expect the guy who runs Poker Fraud Alert to do when he appears voluntarily on a stream and promotes himself as the best ever, and there's a lot of evidence that he cheated that looks pretty convincing? What does he expect the guy who runs Poker Fraud Alert to do about it? Just say nothing? Of course I'm going to give my opinion. Of course I'm going to say what I think. And if he doesn't like that, then he shouldn't have appeared on the stream, and he shouldn't have had them promote him as a wonder kid and the best player ever. And he even admitted this. I have him on tape admitting, and I have it, I could use this in court too, because he said it when he knew he was being recorded. I have him admitting that they promoted him this way and that he went along with it. So, okay, that's it. Too late. You're a public figure. I have a right to say this stuff. But I didn't say any of this maliciously. I didn't know Postle. I didn't hate Postle. I wasn't doing this on behalf of anybody. I wasn't doing this to impress anybody. I stated what I thought when I viewed these broadcasts from the prior 18 months. I stated what I thought from my own expertise in poker of what I believed he was doing. And that's my right to do. So why was I sued here? Why wouldn't he let me out of the damn case? So, too bad. You try to free roll me that way. You try to extract money out of me for something that is frivolous and stupid and that I shouldn't owe you any money for. You try to abuse the legal system against me, then okay. Then there's consequences. And by the way, I just want to put this out clearly. I'm only looking for just information to legally collect money from him. I'm not looking for anyone to harass the money out of him. I'm not looking for anyone to threaten the money out of him. I'm not looking for anyone to do anything illegal to get this money. And I'm not saying this and then saying wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm saying I'm not doing this. I'm not going to be part of anything like this. This is going to be a completely 100% legal above board effort to collect money from him through these means, where basically I'm tipped off when money is coming his way, and then I go after it through the legal system. And that's the way you're supposed to do it. That's the legal way to do it. That's the way I'm going to do it. So that's what I'm looking for, is information. That's all. Nothing illegal, just information. And it's completely legal for me to put this offer out there, by the way. I'm just seeking information to assist with my collection of a legally owed debt. And I can do that. And I am doing that. Moving on. I want to talk to you about Caesars. And if you listen to the last show, you might think this is going to be another rant bashing something at Caesars. Remember, I did a whole segment about this late charge they snuck onto my bill and my battles with them about that. And I was very unhappy with a lot of things. But something I mentioned during that segment, and I wasn't kidding, was that when Caesars deserves to be defended, I will defend them. I'm not a Caesars hater. I'm not someone who's looking to pick on them. I'm not looking to bash them or help the competition. I'm someone who likes to put out the truth as I see it. And when it's something negative, I will state it. And when there's things that are negative that are stated by others that I don't agree with or I think are unfair, then I will state them as well. So a video went very viral this past week of a guy, some influencer who goes by Aaron Does That, who put a video together, just him speaking into the camera while he's lying in what's supposed to be a Caesars room. I can't tell for sure if it's a Caesars room. Kind of looks like it, but you mainly see him, you see the room in the background, but he's in some hotel room, probably Caesars. And he has a lot of very negative things to say about what happened to him. And he claimed that he had to spend $200 in addition to what he paid for the room just to, quote, survive for one day because Caesars is so terrible and has so many issues. He originally posted this, I think, to TikTok, and then it was shared to Twitter by an account named Wall Street Apes. Now, I'm not that familiar with what Wall Street Apes is, but they basically put out other people's content in a lot of cases and hope it goes viral. And so in this case, they were admitting it's not their content, but they put this out so people would click on it and interact with it, and Wall Street Apes would make money from Elon Musk, which is what happened. But anyway, that's how I became aware of it, and that's how pretty much everybody on Gambling X/Twitter became aware of it, because most of us are not on TikTok. So I'm going to play you this video by Aaron Does That, who's an effeminate young guy who's sitting in his undershirt where you can see his chest hair. And he's on his bed, or the bed in the hotel room, and he records a 4+ minute video basically bitching about Caesars. He's actually at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. And I'm going to stop it every so often and have my say, because there's a lot what this guy is saying and doing that I don't agree with, and there's a lot I don't believe. So while people who love to hate on Caesars have been sharing this like crazy and saying, look, I knew it. Look how bad Vegas is these days. Look how terrible Caesars is these days. I think this guy's fabricating a lot. So let's take a listen.
Okay, y'all, I'm coming to you live from Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, specifically to tell you to never, ever in your life, for any reason whatsoever, no matter the discount, no matter the reason, no matter the time of day, never stay at this place. Okay, I've been here for less than, about 24 hours at this point. I've spent no less than $200 just surviving on the bare necessities.
Now, what you're going to hear from him is that it's not the bare necessities. That part's already inaccurate. And what the hell is with his voice, man? Maybe he's gay, maybe he's effeminate, then that's fine, but why is he acting like he's whispering and trying to keep it down when he's in a hotel room, supposedly by himself, making a video for TikTok? This is already off to a bad start here.
Okay, that's water and food. Okay, I get in here, there's a fridge. It's filled to the brim, no spare space, with alcohol. There's a coffee machine and a bunch of boxes of K-Cups and a bunch of snacks and water bottle. Normally you get one water bottle complimentary. No. Coffee complimentary. No. I picked up the box mistakenly of K-Cups, $14.99 for those K-Cups. Didn't use one, but then I read the reviews of this place. You get charged a $19.99 restocking fee for even touching something in their inventory in this room.
Oh my God, you get charged a $19.99 fee for even touching anything. And did you know that there's a refrigerator there with alcohol? With alcohol? It's called a mini bar. It's a new thing. You probably haven't heard of it before, but there's a mini bar here. It's called a mini bar, and if you touch anything in it, they charge you. They're actually trying to sell you alcohol. Can you believe it? There's never been a hotel that's done that before Caesar. What the hell is he talking about? He's complaining about a mini bar? That's like a complaint dating back 30 years. And he's trying to say, well, the refrigerator, there's no room except for the stuff in the mini bar. Okay, but again, a lot of places do this. I don't know about this whole K-Cup thing for the coffee maker. I have not been to Caesars Palace itself in a while. I know other Caesars properties like Horseshoe and Paris, they give you K-Cups for free. There may be something separate you can buy. I don't remember seeing it at these properties. Maybe at Caesars, they give you one or two, and then you can also buy a whole package of them for $14.99. I don't know. But what he's talking about here is something that's a little bit of an irritant at Caesars properties, and that is there's a second sort of mini bar thing. He's not even clear about this. He talks about this refrigerator, and then he goes on ranting about the K-Cups. What he's trying to say is that there's a refrigerator with alcohol in it that if you move anything, you'll get charged, and that there's no room for any stuff you put in there. And that in addition, there is a counter area that has sensors on it that's just right out in the open that has things that are non-refrigerated that you can buy. He's claiming the K-Cups are among them, but also snacks and nuts, whatever, stuff like that. And that if you pick up any of these things, it automatically charges you. And the 1999 thing he's talking about is that if you tell them, hey, I didn't buy these things, let's say you get charged, $60 for moving a few things, then they're going to charge you a $20, quote, restocking fee, even if there's nothing to restock, just from the fact that you tripped their system by picking these items up. So that's what he's claiming. And he's claiming he picked up the K-Cups, which, by the way, he does not provide any evidence that he picked up the K-Cups. He does not provide evidence of anything he's saying here. All you get for these 4 minutes and 14 seconds is just him ranting to the camera without moving around the room or showing you anything. So he's claiming he picked up the K-Cups. He's claiming it might charge him the $19.99, supposedly. Provides no proof of this. But look, I can tell you, from staying not only at Caesars properties, but many properties around the world, because I'm not a young guy, as you guys know, and I've traveled a lot, dating back to the very beginning of mini bars, which I think started in the 90s. And I have seen erroneous charges. In fact, it wasn't the 90s, the 80s too. I remember some erroneous charges in the 80s as well, when I was with my parents. And erroneous charges for mini bars happen everywhere. It's an annoying thing. I hate them. I'm sure you hate them. But it's not specific to Caesars. And what happens when there's an erroneous charge? Well, you go to the front desk and you have them take it off. Or sometimes you can even call the front desk and have them take it off. I have never once had to pay for anything I did not consume at a minibar. They always take it off. Now, I do know there are some surcharges these days that Caesars charges you if you willfully just move a bunch of things on purpose because you want to make more space or whatever. And you can still talk yourself out of these charges sometimes by just telling them you didn't realize it. In fact, someone posted a picture at a different property, not Caesars, I think it may have been Paris, where that counter space that they are using for their little second minibar, the one with snacks, there's actually a sign that if you unplug this one plugged-in tray they have there, which I think keeps something hot or warm or whatever, that if you unplug that they're going to automatically charge you $50, and probably because they don't want something going bad or whatever that tray is supposed to be doing. Whatever, keeping something hot and keeping something cold, I forgot why. But whatever it is, they want you to make sure the tray stays plugged in and you don't unplug it for your phone charger or something. So that's the only thing they're claiming is a non-negotiable charge that they're going to hit you with, and there's a clear sign about it. Any charge like $19.99 for picking something up or bumping something, because it's very easy to bump this stuff on the counter. You could easily walk by and hit it with your elbow or with your stuff, or just kind of trip and fall into it, whatever. They're never going to enforce that charge. Never. You can always go to them when it's time for checkout and say, hey, I accidentally bumped the stuff on the counter for that second mini bar and some stuff moved and I put it right back up. They're not going to say, too bad, here, pay $20. In fact, they probably could not even enforce that by law. So this is all bullshit. I don't know about whether that policy exists. Maybe that policy exists for the most extreme cases where someone just moves everything and then puts it all back later, and they don't want to deal with that. But I still bet you could talk yourself out of it. So basically, he's starting off by complaining about something that's pretty standard at hotels around the world and has been all the way back to the 80s, that there's mini bars and that then there became sensor mini bars where if you move something, you get charged. Okay, I don't like it, but it's nothing specific to Caesars. So that's a stupid thing to spend the first minute complaining. Let's go on.
Just moving it, there's sensors in the room that tell them when you've touched a box. So I'm going to see what they bill me for that, because I will set fire to the rain if they put that on my fees. It's a $50-something resort fee per day to be here. There's no pool. There's no continental breakfast. There's no coffee. There's no water. The only thing that's an amenity here is a 24-hour gym, which is great. I'm not using it. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. The year 2007 calls and it wants its resort fee complaints back. Oh, did you know there's a resort fee? And I don't use the things they give me the resort fee. I don't use the coffee. I don't use the local phone calls. I mean, who makes a local phone call these days? I don't want that. And there's all these other amenities they give, and I don't use them at all. So why do I have to pay a $50 resort fee? Okay, let me explain once again, like I have many times on this show, about resort fees. First of all, the resort fee is not something extra he's paying. He's talking about the $200 extra he has to pay to survive. No, the $50 plus tax resort fee that you're being charged is part of the room rate. Whatever they were going to charge for the room, they subtracted $50 and then moved it to be the resort fee. That's what they're doing. If there was no resort fee, the room would be $50 more. That's how it would work. That means you're not paying any more for the resort fee. Now, my problem with the resort fee in the past was the fact that it was hidden. It was not disclosed until you'd get all the way through the booking process, and then you would see it at the very end. So it'd be hard to comparison shop for rooms when that fee is not stated up front. And that was on purpose, not just by Caesars, but by pretty much every hotel in the world was doing this. And fortunately, this became federally illegal, and now they all have to state the resort fee up front when they list the prices. They don't have to say how much the resort fee is, but it has to be rolled into the price. So whatever price they list is the price that they have to charge you before tax. So this is such a stupid complaint, and listing the things that they don't give you for the resort fee. The resort fee giving you something goes way back to the 2000s when they first invented them, like around 2005. And this was seen as a sneaky way to extract extra money out of people by claiming they're giving you certain things which weren't always free. That's where the local phone calls thing came in, where nobody needs local phone calls these days when they stay at a hotel. But back in 2005, that was something you still needed because not everybody had a cell phone then. Or if they did, they didn't have roaming on the phone or things like that. So they came up with a list of things they were giving you that they were possibly going to give you anyway for free and claiming that's what the resort fee covers. And then they would tell you, we don't care if you use this stuff or not. We're still charging it to you. We're charging it to everybody. That was the original justification, just to shut people up when they'd complain about this, quote, resort fee. But that's a 20-year-old thing. No places really seriously claim that anymore. And even when they do, it's just kind of a bullshitty thing they put down, and everybody knows what a resort fee is these days. It's just an extra mandatory charge that is part of the hotel price. And now it actually is part of the price because that's the price they state up front when you look online. So complaining about what you're getting for the resort fee is just such a stupid thing. I mean, this guy was probably in diapers when that whole thing was invented. So for him to be complaining about this in 2026, like this is a Caesars problem, is ridiculous. Let's go on here.
Aside from that, there is constant noise. I can hear my neighbor's TV through my wall right now, and I've been listening to it since I got back from my conference.
Okay, wait a minute. Where? I don't hear it. You're sitting here almost whispering into the camera, I can hear the TV. It's been so noisy. I couldn't sleep. It's just so noisy. I can't hear myself think. Ever since I got back from my conference, it's the TV. I'm just hearing my neighbor's TV. I can't stand it. Okay, well, how come we're not hearing your neighbor's TV? You're right where you're supposed to be sleeping, right? You're in your bed recording this TikTok for us. Why don't I hear any sound of a TV? I hear nothing. And if you say, well, maybe because he's talking over it, okay, well, just shut up for a second. Say, okay, well, listen to this, guys. This is the TV in the next room. He doesn't do that. There's no evidence even of the sound of the TV that he claims he's hearing right now. So how loud could it be? He's right in the freaking bed, and we cannot hear a peep from that TV. So I think he's just making this up. And I say this because I have been to Caesar's Palace in every tower they have. And one problem I have never had there has been the TV going through the walls. I have found in every tower that the walls are thick enough. The only noise problems I've had at Caesar's Palace are, number one, when you're facing a busy street like Flamingo. If you're not high enough, you can hear the traffic, and it's noisy. And if there's a connecting door, the connecting door does not block out sound very well, so the noise sometimes comes through the connecting door. Now, maybe that's what this guy heard. I still don't know why we're not hearing this here. But maybe that's what he heard at some point. Or maybe he's just making this up. But I will tell you that a connecting door causing the room to be noisy is a common problem with every single hotel that has connecting doors. That's why when I stay in a hotel, I ask, please no connecting door. Unless I'm getting 2 rooms and then I want the connecting door. But aside from when I get 2 rooms, I always ask no connecting door exactly for that reason. But they do not have thin walls at this property. I've never noticed that in all the times I've stayed there, which has been a lot of times. And he's not showing us. It would be so easy to show us right while he's making this video. He doesn't show us. We don't hear a thing. So I think it's a lie.
Nonstop. I did go downstairs to take a break from all of this shit to just use the slot machines because the entire lobby is a slot machine.
No, it's not. What's he talking about? The entire lobby is not a slot machine at Caesar's Palace. Have you been to Caesar's Palace, guys? I'm sure you have at some point. Do you remember slot machines in the lobby? They're not. There's not a single slot machine in the lobby of Caesar's Palace. It's just a false statement.
Casino filled with cigarette smoke. A $12 ATM fee. I took out $40 and it cost me $52 in total. I blew that money in 3 seconds flat.
Okay, this one pisses me off the most. Probably of all his dumb claims, this is the worst one. So let's review here. He's only been there for less than 24 hours by his own admission. And he claims that this was his first attempt to gamble there, to, quote, get away from all this shit. He had to leave the room. He couldn't stand the super noisy TV that we all can't hear. He's got supersonic hearing, I guess. So I have to go get away from all this shit. I've got to go get away from that noisy TV and that mini bar that's making me pick things up and charge myself. Oh, I've got to get away from that. So he goes down. And he has to hit the ATM when he hasn't gambled yet. He has to start out by hitting the ATM for $40? So wait a minute. Is he saying he brought no money to Vegas to gamble? So he comes to Vegas for a conference, also thinks he wants to gamble, and actually brings zero cash to where even $40 he doesn't have in his pocket. He doesn't even bring $40 to gamble. He actually has to go withdraw $40 to start gambling. Now, whose fault is that? If you go to Vegas and you want to gamble and you don't have $40 in your pocket. It's not like he lost $300 and had to go to the ATM to withdraw more and got hit with a fee. By his own admission, his first gambling, he had to withdraw $40 to gamble. And it's not like any of the charges he's talking about came out of his cash. It's not like his cash got sucked up in some other way. Everything he's talking about would be room charges. So somehow he arrived with no cash and is complaining about an ATM fee. Now, is the ATM fee $12? It probably is. I've heard it's very high over there. 12 sounds right. Is that a crappy fee? Yes. Is that worth complaining about? Yes. Do I believe this happened to him? No. I don't believe that happened to him. Why? Because the whole story is ridiculous. There is no chance that he showed up expecting he was going to gamble and actually brought zero cash to where he had to hit the ATM for $40. That just didn't happen. It just is not possible. So he's making this up. But why? Why would he make this up? What I think this guy did was he Googled a list of complaints that people had about Caesars so he could make this video and claim they all happened to him. So he's probably taking a lot of real things that people have had a problem with at Caesars in recent times, and he's crafting a story where all these things happened to him within one day. So he starts with the minibar shit, then he moves on to talk about the resort fee, then he moves on to talk about the ATM $12 fee. And notice he says $40 so it sounds as bad as possible. Because let's change the story a bit. So I went down to gamble, and I figured I'll take out about $300. It charged me $12 for an ATM fee. Well, you may think that's an excessive fee, but you may also think, well, $12 is only 4% of $300, so while shitty, it's not like so bad that it's outrageous. But $12 sounds really bad to take out $40, because then it's 30%. He's paying a 30% fee to take out his money. Well, that sounds horrendous, to pay $52 to take out $40. So that's why he made the number so low. And he forgot about the fact that this makes him look ridiculous, that he shows up to Vegas wanting to gamble with actually zero in his pocket. Because he knew there'd be some fee. He knew it wouldn't be free. So that's the reason he said 40. Now, is it possible at some point in that past day he did gamble and maybe chunked off some money and then hit the ATM and it charged him $12 and he was pissed? I guess it's possible. But because this whole video is a rapid-fire bitch fest about one thing after another, and that it seems like they're all crafted to make Caesars look as bad as possible, to supposedly have victimized him in all these different ways in one day, I just think it's made up. And notice again, he does not show an ATM receipt. It'd be so easy to hold that up to the camera. Here it is. I withdrew $40, and look, fee $12. Can you believe that? And if he wanted to, he could have scratched out the end of his account number. It never shows the whole account number anyway, but he could scratch out whatever information he didn't want people to see. So it's not like he'd have to show them any kind of personal information. He could hold up the receipt. Hell, he could just fold the receipt and just show the part with the $12 and the $40. He doesn't show any of that. He just says it happened and we're supposed to trust him, among all these other things that have happened to him. So he just picked something that would sound the most offensive, the $12 fee on $40, and it doesn't add up.
I ordered food the first night that I was here last night. I wanted room service. I had just got off a flight. I just wanted something brought to my room. I picked the cheapest restaurant in this hotel that's available. It's a Chinese food restaurant. I want egg fried rice. Just bring it to my damn room. $23 for egg fried rice, a $15 service charge, plus a tip. Okay, in total it was $40-something. I said, screw that. I'm going to go pick it up.
Okay, so it's possible that he did look this up. It's possible he did want to get room service. But again, I think he probably either Googled this beforehand or thought of this while he was there preparing for this video. Hey, I bet I can complain about room service charges. So he probably looked it up or maybe even called them, hey, how much this is going to be. And again, notice he's taking an example of something that's relatively cheap, so the fees sound awful. It was $23 for egg fried rice, and then it's going to be a $15 service charge, and then I have to leave a tip, and it's going to be like $44-something for egg fried rice room service. Can you believe it, guys? I'm just trying to eat here. A man's got to eat, and I got to pay $44 to eat egg fried rice. I mean, I'm just trying to survive here. This is so irritating. How long ago was it that you realized that room service is expensive and has a lot of fees? How long ago? Because I learned this when I was a little kid. I remember seeing the room service menus in hotels in the 1970s, and I asked my parents, why don't we ever get this? And my parents told me, because it's really expensive, because they mark the prices way up, because they charge you all these fees. Even back in the 70s, they did that. So this is not a new thing. This is not a Caesars thing. Newsflash, room service is expensive and has a lot of fees. In fact, even with all the fees, a lot of these hotels have determined that the room service still is losing money for them. And a lot of them have cut out the room service completely or restricted it to prime hours, to where they determine that sitting around and not getting that many orders makes it not cost effective for them to offer it. That's why a lot of hotels no longer have room service late at night, which, by the way, I think is a mistake and I think is killing Vegas somewhat, but that's a different discussion for a different time. However, complaining that room service is expensive, and of course he's doing it in the most expensive way by ordering one and only one item, so this way the fees are a high percentage of the entire cost of the food normally. Again, if he ordered $100 worth of food, then the $15 fee wouldn't seem that bad anymore, right? So, I just wanted egg fried rice, nothing else. Nothing else on that menu, just egg fried rice, and oh my God, look at those fees. Like, he's finding the most expensive way to do everything as far as incurring fees by a percentage of what he otherwise should be paying. $40 ATM withdrawal, $12 fee. $23 room service order with a $15 plus tip fee. See what he's doing here? Again, provides no proof, but he does acknowledge he didn't go forward with this room service order. Listen to what he ended up doing.
It's still a $3 service fee to go pick up your own food from the lobby. $23 for egg fried rice, and let me tell you, they didn't text me when it was ready. I waited over an hour for egg fried rice after I was jet lagged coming from New York to Nevada. Okay, I bring that shit up to my room after I finally go down there, and I'm like, where's my food? Egg fried rice, they weren't kidding. It was white rice and 1 egg broken into that white rice. No seasoning, no peas, no vegetables, no nothing. They give you 3 soy sauce packets and a giant bucket of white rice with 1 egg broken into it. All right, that is $23 plus a $3 service charge for a bucket of white rice.
This is the one thing that's possible that actually happened to him, because notice this is the one thing he's like really detailed with. The other stuff, he just quickly hits on what happened and moves on. This one, he gives you a big long rant about how the egg fried rice looked and tasted and how bland it was, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's possible he really did get egg fried rice from that restaurant there. And yes, there is an obnoxious takeout charge, which I think is stupid. I think that's one of the many things that they need to change in Vegas, where if you eat in the restaurant, there's no takeout charge. But if you are just doing takeout, which actually helps them because you're not taking up a table, that they charge you because they feel they can get away with it. So I believe he was charged that $3 if he really did go get the egg fried rice from this restaurant. Now, keep in mind, I don't know what time this was that he was getting this food, but I do know that there's a lot of fast food type options. And I don't mean like McDonald's, but there's like a lot of quick eats type options down in Caesar's Palace, kind of by the self-parking garage area in the main casino. And those don't have any kind of $3 charge, because those are just takeout places. You can't even dine in there unless you sit at one of their adjacent tables. So I don't know what he's talking about, that this is the cheapest option. But let's put that aside. So he ordered this from a real restaurant and picked it up, and they hit him with this charge, supposedly. And the egg fried rice wasn't good. Okay, I maybe believe him there. I've never had the egg fried rice at Caesar's, so I can't say he's wrong. I'm not familiar with the egg fried rice. I'm not even sure which restaurant it was. But okay, he didn't like it. And yeah, the $3 charge kind of sucks. But he didn't have to get it from there. As I said, there's that food court down there. But this is at least possibly the only thing he's telling the truth about. Though I don't think he was going to really do room service. I think, again, that was just a bitch about the prices here.
Okay. If I check out of this place and there is a single extra fee on my room, I will literally call Pam Bondi. I'm calling the FBI. I'm calling somebody, because this place is illegal. The entire operations of this place is illegal, and it needs to be shut down. So please don't come here.
Wait till he gets the late charge that I got. Now that one should be illegal. This crap he's talking about, none of this is illegal. This is all like very standard hotel stuff.
And I will keep you updated on what my service fee and all these extra things that they're probably going to bill me for are after the fact. Do not come to Las Vegas, y'all. Don't come to Las Vegas.
Okay, so that was the video. I have a suggestion for this guy. He shouldn't go to any hotel ever, because he's going to run into all these things. Except maybe that $3 charge for the takeout of the food. The resort fee, the sensor mini bar. By the way, his whole thing about you can't get water without being charged except for like one water, he mentioned that at the beginning, that's also not true. I believe they give you 2 little bottles of water at the beginning, and then you can go down to the front desk and ask them for more, and they will give it to you. A lot of people don't know that, so I don't blame him for not knowing that, but that's the truth. You can get pretty much unlimited water. Now, you can't say, hey, give me 20 waters. You can ask for a few at a time. But as long as you're willing to walk down to the front desk, you can get more water, and the maid brings waters on them to put in the room. You can catch the maid during the morning and ask, hey, can I have 2 waters? And they'll give it to you. So they hand out those waters pretty easily, and they don't ever charge for them. I'm talking about the little Caesar's waters. So that also is just not true. So let's review his original claim. I spent $200 here just to survive. First of all, you have to pay money every day just to survive, because you have to eat. So wherever you stay, you're going to pay something. You can stay at Motel 6, you're going to have to pay money to survive, unless you're not going to eat the entire 24-hour period. So let's look at what he really would have to pay. The resort fee you can't count. That's part of the standard room charge. And that's also everywhere. Yeah, he paid for food. He chose to order a $23 egg fried rice, which he claims wasn't good. Okay. But we're up to $23. That's the only thing he said he ordered to eat the entire time. Where's the rest of the money? Where's the $200? The 40 he lost gambling, he's counting that. He didn't have to gamble. The $12 ATM fee? Why didn't he bring money with him? So this isn't just an unreasonable guy with high expectations. This is someone who engineered this. He put it all together. He made up these stories. That's why there's no receipts. There's no proof. Even the loud TV, we cannot hear. The loud TV that's going on right now, we can't hear. So I don't think most of this happened to him. This was a viral video that was meant to be a viral video. That was the whole point here. So I called this out. When I saw this posted, I responded, I'm the first guy to criticize Caesars when they deserve it, but this guy is lying for rage bait. None of this stuff happened to him aside from the resort fee. He just Googled common complaints there and pretended it all happened to him. Notice he shows no receipts. Dumb. And I got 110 likes on that. Now, there were some people coming back saying, hey, these things are true. The ATM does have a $12 fee, they claim. There is a $3 takeout fee. There is a $50 resort fee. There are these mini bars that charge you when you pick something up off the sensors. So why are you giving this guy a hard time? He's telling you the truth. He's telling you about real things happening there. He's not making things up. And my response to them was, he's making up his own personal experience. If he wanted to do a video and say, hey, I'm at Caesar's Palace and here's some really dumb charges. They charge $3 to pick out something from the restaurant when they don't charge you if you dine in there and take it out the same way. They're charging $12 at the ATMs, which is crazy, even if you take out something as little as $40. There's a $50 resort fee, which I know they all charge, but that's a pretty high resort fee. And the room service is $15 plus a tip, plus whatever you order, which is already marked up. And in addition, the food I got, this egg fried rice, I paid $23 and it was terrible. It was bland and terrible. So he could list all these things while not making things up that happened to him. It's one thing to list things that can happen to someone or that you've noticed, but you can't say it happened to you if it didn't, unless you're a liar. Then I guess you can. And I don't like giving any kind of credit or attention, or at least not positive attention, to liars. And I don't care if this is representing the nickel and diming that Vegas is doing these days, so we have to spread this because even if these things didn't really happen to him, they could have happened to him, so therefore it's worth spreading around to shame Vegas for it. Bullshit. I don't believe in ever sharing something or promoting something that is telling lies. And this guy seems to be telling lies. He shows no receipts. A lot of the story doesn't make sense, like the ATM thing. And you just should not give these people what they want, which is attention. Because when they get attention, they also make money. They get money for the views. That's why I call it rage bait. And that's not my term, but that's what it is. It's rage bait. He's putting out something he knows is going to get a lot of rage responses, and it's going to get shared, and he's going to make a lot of money from it. And by extension, so did this Wall Street Apes guy who also shared it. So just be honest when you want to complain about these things. If these things happen to you, then okay, talk about it and then show proof. And if they didn't happen to you, but you just noticed them that they could happen, then talk about that and state that. But do not claim these things all happened to you. Do not pretend you're a victim that you were not. This reminds me a little bit of this whole 2014 Gamergate scandal, which you may or may not remember. Nothing to do with Vegas or casinos or gambling, but in 2014, various women came forward who claimed to be female gamers with different stories of being just grossly mistreated by men in the gaming space. And of course, I'm talking about gaming like video gaming, not casino gaming. And of course, in that space, in the video gaming space, it is mostly guys. So the story for basically that they weren't accepted for being female and that they were harassed and sexualized and this and that and all these terrible stories from these women who were talking about the way the male gamers treated them. And there were really 4 women who were prominently doing this. Well, when it was looked into, it was figured out by some people, and a lot of evidence was presented, that all 4 of them were lying in some way or another. That all of their claims were either not true, or were misleading, or very important details were left out. For example, one of the women who really did receive some harassment claimed it was because she was a female gamer and that she was being harassed for that reason, when the actual reason she was being harassed was that she cheated on her gamer boyfriend with 4 other dudes in gaming. So when he found out, all of his friends were harassing her. Well, whether you want to say that it was right or wrong for this guy's friends to harass her after she cheated on him, you can't say this because she's a female in gaming. She was getting harassed over a personal matter because she cheated on her boyfriend, and his friends were pissed off about it. So that's not a victim over your gender thing. That was just a personal beef. Every one of those 4 women had stories like these, which ranged from just complete fabrication to not telling the whole story. So the whole Gamergate thing was a fraud. But all 4 of these women made a lot of money in donations from people who felt bad for them and donated to their GoFundMes. Mostly guilty liberals, by the way. I don't want to make this political, but that's really who donated to them. And don't worry, there were a lot of stupid conservatives who donated to dumb shit over the years as well. So this wasn't just a left-wing thing to do, but in this case, it was the left donating it. But these women, by telling these lies, made all kinds of money on it. So anyway, I was on Facebook, I don't know, a year or 2 later, and Gamergate came up on a friend's timeline and was being discussed, and I pointed out how it was a fraud. And some very angry people responded to me, telling me that I'm a misogynist for saying that Gamergate is a fraud, and I'm a denier, and that these poor women, they were harassed, and public did the right thing to stand up for them, blah, blah, blah. So then I carefully presented all of the information, all of the proof that had been collected, not by me, but by other people, and posted up to some websites. I linked these sites that conclusively proved that all 4 of these women were lying, that they were all just grifters. So I'll never forget this. One of the women responded to me. One of the women who was arguing with me responded and said, okay, fine. I concede you're probably right. You're probably right that these women were telling a lot of lies here and that they probably weren't really victimized. However, they're the face of victimization of females in gaming. And there really are a lot of females in gaming who actually are persecuted just for being female. So because these women are the face of that, we have to support them even if they're not telling the truth. And she wasn't joking. She was serious, that since she believed it was a real problem, and since these women are the ones who are representative of the problem, that we have to support them because they're the ones who are getting the attention. So even if they're lying, we have to support them. And that's basically the same argument that's being made here about this guy who did the Caesars video. That because these are real charges that he's talking about, even if they didn't happen to him, even if he engineered this whole thing, this whole story just so he could go viral, we still have to support it in protest to Vegas's price structure. And to that I say no way. If I see someone attempting to go viral online by posting lies, I'm going to call it out. Because we should not help lies go viral. We should not give credit to liars. We should not help liars make money off their lies. Even if we agree with the overall message that's coming from it. Because his overall message is that Caesars nickel and dimes you, and that it's awful. Well, I'll go ahead and say it's not just Caesars, it's pretty much all of Vegas right now, at least on the Strip. But there is a lot of nickel and diming, and there are a lot of valid complaints about things like this. And I think a lot of this needs to change and go away if they want to get back a lot of the customers who don't come anymore. And I think they're going to have a reckoning soon enough over this. Right now they're surviving off the high rollers, but if that action starts to dry up, they're going to really be in a world of hurt in Vegas. And you know what? If that happens, they've done it to themselves, then they'll suffer the consequences at that point. But we should complain about this in an honest fashion. We should not get behind someone who makes up stories to go viral that happens to hit on some messaging that we like. So I kept trying to reason with people who were trying to respond to me saying, oh no, these are real charges, so what's the problem here? Or, well, I bet this happened to him because these charges are real. Well, that's stupid. So that's saying that anything potentially that could happen to you has to happen? Anything potentially unfair to you has to happen? I mean, there's a lot of terrible fees and terrible rules I see around life. Forget Caesars, forget hotels. I see terrible fees and rules everywhere that I think, wow, that's unfair, wow, that's shitty. But then it doesn't happen to me because I'm careful not to let it happen, or it just doesn't apply to me or whatever. So you can't just invent, oh, look what a terrible victim I am when you're not a victim. So I reject that wholly. I despise things like this. I despise phoniness on social media. I despise hoaxes. I despise clickbait. I despise engagement bait. I despise rage bait. All of these things that are meant to get people to respond, whether it's in outrage or in support or whatever it might be, just to make the content creator money by inducing you to respond to their lies, pisses me off. And I get satisfaction at calling these things out. And I love seeing these accounts get terminated. This guy's account didn't get terminated, but I love when they do get terminated for what they're doing. In general, there's a lot of negative news going on about Vegas regarding their nickel and diming and their pricing structure and how people are being driven away and how Vegas is empty and Vegas is dead. And look, the truth is, the room rates are very reasonable in Vegas. The room rates in Vegas, especially during the week, are cheaper than every big city in the U.S. During the week, you will not find a cheaper city to stay in the U.S. than Vegas. During the weekend, it goes up, but it's still reasonable. So the room rates are fine in Vegas. Anyone who complains about the room rates is stupid. Doesn't travel enough to see that. But the food and drink and entertainment in Vegas are outrageous, especially at the lower middle and middle-end hotels where it should not be that expensive. It needs to be proportionate. So you shouldn't be hitting people for outrageous food prices when they're staying at a cheaper hotel. That's almost like a bait and switch. So that's one thing that Vegas does need to change. They don't seem interested in changing it, but they need to change that, among other things, for the people to start to want to come back. But unfortunately, because the accountants have been in charge and have decided that they're going to squeeze profit out of everything, that there's no such thing as a loss leader anymore, people are getting sick of it and just not coming. But you know what? Eventually the market's going to correct this. People are already not showing up, and eventually it's not going to be sustainable, and there's going to be a crash, and they're going to have to change. In fact, a real estate crash is very likely coming to Vegas sometime soon. I don't know when. Just like I said about the 2000s crash. I said a crash is coming. I don't know when. Turned out it was late 2007 and 2008. But I knew a crash was coming. I just didn't know when. I was saying that since like 2004. So it took a few years, but it got there. I knew it was going to get there. And once again, I don't think it'll be as steep of a crash as we had in the 2000s, but I do believe a crash is coming in Vegas, and in part because of this. In part because people are staying away. People are sick of all the nickel and diming and the super expensive food, and just everything costs so much once they're already there. They're deceived into coming to stay in a reasonably priced hotel room, and then everything else is so expensive. And then the gambling, they've degraded so much where you have very little chance to win. So people don't come back. And once the high rollers stop losing as much there, then the whole city is going to be in a world of hurt. And right now, the houses for sale in Vegas just are not selling. Basically, nobody's buying the houses or the condos. And nobody's lowering the price just yet, but it's going to happen. Tons of inventory and very few buyers. Tons of people looking to leave the city and cannot sell their house, and not many people coming in to replace them. So basic economics says that we're going to have a crash soon, at least in Vegas. So don't buy anything in Vegas right now. If you really need to live in Vegas right now, then rent and buy after the crash. After you're sure the crash is over and the prices flatten out, then you can buy. In fact, I've been discussing buying something there. I don't own any property in Vegas, but I've discussed buying something there after the next crash, and I probably will when that happens. And I'm not saying if it happens, I'm saying when it happens. Next, we're going to talk about another Vegas-related story, but this time it is not about casinos. You've probably heard this story already because it has made the national news. This is a story about a dog and the Las Vegas airport and a woman attempting to leave the dog behind at the airport. Now, there's something really, really weird about this story. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I do believe it. But there's something weird about the whole way the story went down. And I still believe, to this day, that the only person who has fully reported the actual story and fully reported on who the alleged perpetrator was would be one Todd Druff Wittelis. Now you must be saying, Druff, come on, you're being arrogant here. You're telling me that all these national news outlets covered this thing and nobody did it right except you? And my answer is yes. And it really made me question even more the state of media today. And by the way, this is not going to be a political thing. I'm not going to go on about the mainstream media, blah, blah, blah. This is not political at all. I'm just telling you the media today is so lazy and so careless and so incompetent that after seeing how this was covered, it makes me think that a lot of stuff is just not covered right and no one does any real journalism anymore. When you hear this, you may not even believe what I'm trying to say to you, but I have proof. I mean, you can take a look at what I did. You can check my work. And I still believe I'm the only one who has covered it accurately, as strange as that sounds. So I'll tell you what happened, just in case you haven't heard about it. This story was initially reported by the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. They reported it on X. That's how I found it. This is what they wrote on February 18th at 12:26 p.m. Pacific Time. Abandoned at the airport, but not forgotten. We can't believe we have to say this, but please don't abandon your dog at the airport or anywhere else. On February 2nd, 2026, at approximately 11:39 p.m., Las Vegas Metro officers assigned to Harry Reid International Airport, which is the Vegas airport, responded to Terminal 3 after receiving reports of a dog that had been tied to a metal carry-on baggage sizer and left behind at the JetBlue ticket counter. Airline staff advised the dog's owner she was required to complete online documentation in order to travel with the animal as a service dog. When the required paperwork was not completed, the passenger was denied a boarding pass. She then left the dog behind and proceeded through the airport to the departure gate. So basically, she wanted to take her dog on the flight as a service dog. She just felt she could walk up to the ticket counter and say, hey, I'm taking this dog on with me because he's a service dog. And they're like, okay, well, do you have any paperwork about it being a service dog? No. Okay, well, then you can't take the dog aboard as a service dog. You have to have paperwork. So then they wouldn't give her a boarding pass if she were to take the dog with her. So instead, she left the dog behind and got the boarding pass and then just decided to go fly without the dog. Officers later located the individual at gate D1. When asked why she abandoned the dog, she stated the airline would not allow her to fly with it and claimed the dog had a tracking device, implying it was acceptable to leave the animal behind and it would return to her. She actually tried to tell them, well, it has a tracking device. It'll get back to me somehow. It'll walk its way across the country. We'll reunite in some way. I'm just going to leave the dog here. It'll take care of itself. While escorting her back through the security checkpoint, she became hostile and resisted officers' attempts to detain her. She was arrested and booked for animal abandonment and resisting arrest. Airport employees and Las Vegas Metro officers immediately stepped in to care for the approximately 2-year-old golden doodle and mini poodle while the owner was processed. Animal Protective Services took custody of the dog. After the mandatory 10-day hold period passed, the owner never returned. Retriever Rescue of Las Vegas stepped in. So this is a charity that takes dogs in circumstances like this after she didn't come back to get the dog. So she wasn't forced to give up the dog permanently, but the Animal Protective Services took temporary custody of it for the 10-day period required by law, and the woman never came back for the dog, so then it was given to that rescue organization. The dog, now affectionately named Jet Blue, is safe in foster care and will soon be placed in a new loving home. Because once she didn't claim it after 10 days, it wasn't hers anymore. This incident highlights LV Metro zero-tolerance stance on animal abuse and neglect, strong collaboration between airport staff, TSA, Animal Control, and Retriever Rescue of Las Vegas, that abandoning an animal is a serious criminal offense. And then they showed a video where this woman's face was blacked out, which I don't understand why her face was blacked out. She's not a minor, but her face was blacked out, and it shows her at the ticket counter. So the video is shown backwards. The beginning of it shows the confrontation between her and the officer, and both of their faces are blocked out for some reason. And you get to hear some of their conversation. And then it skips to the video of her at the ticket counter with the dog and then just walking off without the dog, but you don't get to hear audio with that. So I'm just going to play the beginning where there's some audio, and you can hear her interacting with the Las Vegas Metro officer after she had already abandoned the dog. So as I said, it's played out of order. It's shown out of order here on the tweet.
Actually, I'm going to put my bag down because I'm exhausted. Just follow them. You don't have to put your bag.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to walk you back to where your dog's at, and then when you get issue a citation. Because you left your dog at the ticket counter.
Well, I was trying to rebook my flight.
So you walked out here to rebook your flight?
Yes.
And left your dog there?
Tell me at the counter because
to walk out here without your dog.
Okay, so that's all we get to hear. Her claim at the time was that she went to the gate to rebook her flight, which doesn't make any sense because the ticket counter rebooks the flight. And in fact, they always offer that to you. If for whatever reason you can't fly, like you're late or whatever else it might be, they'll say, okay, well, we can rebook it right here for you. So it doesn't make sense that what you would do is leave the ticket counter, leave the dog tied up by the ticket counter, and then go to the departure area with a boarding pass. That would not make any sense. You would never get the boarding pass and go to the departure area to rebook. You would do it right there when they're offering to rebook. So that was just a story once the cops came. So that's all we get to hear of her. Now, as I said, you don't get to see her face. You can kind of see from the video that she has dark skin because you can see her hands. But other than that, you can't really tell that much. She's kind of overweight, it looks like, but you can't see her face. So she's got dark skin and kind of overweight, and that's pretty much all you can see. Notice they did not name her. So I thought this is weird. So this is someone that they arrested, because remember, they didn't just give her a citation like was said in the video, because she was also resisting on the way back, and I read later that what she was doing was she just decided to lie on the floor and not let them continue walking with her or take her anywhere. She did that limp body thing where she wouldn't move anywhere anymore and they had to carry her. So that's considered obstruction. That's considered resisting arrest, even if you're not fighting with them. You can't just, when they're saying to come with them, you can't just make your body go limp, or they have to carry you when you're perfectly able to walk. But anyway, she was arrested. So they have every legal right to name her, but they chose not to. And she was booked. I looked it up. She was booked, and they chose not to name her, and for whatever reason, they blacked out her face in the footage, which didn't make any sense. Because why? She wasn't an innocent party. This was actual video of what occurred at the airport. So the whole thing was weird to me. Why are they not showing this stuff? Why don't we have her name? So I got curious. Whenever this type of thing happens, I get curious. I start to look into things myself. So, of course, I Googled the story to see if more was covered in the media. Maybe more information was given besides this Las Vegas Metro tweet. So I did find, when I Googled this, that the Las Vegas Review-Journal had a short article about it. And they did list her name without a picture. And they said that her name was Gemiran Bryson. Germiran, Gemiran Bryson. And they said she was 26. That was all they said. They did not describe her. They did not show a picture of her. No mugshot, nothing. Just Gemiran Bryson, 26. Well, little problem. I looked up in public records that I have access to, And in my public records, I could not find any information about a person named Jermaran Bryson in the United States. Yeah. How's that possible? She was definitely American. So how was it that Jermaran Bryson, 26, didn't exist? And I thought, well, maybe something was printed wrong in the newspaper. So I looked it up on the Clark County criminal records, which anyone can look up. Anyone has access to that. The public can look this up. And I searched Jermaran Bryson. Thought maybe she's just not in records for some reason. So sure enough, I found the case. The case number, in case you're wondering, is 26-CR-014051. And sure enough, it says Bryson, Jermaran Danae Nicole. Danae is spelled Denae-Nicole. So I thought, okay, she's probably black. That sounds like a black person's name, and she looked black from her hands. But okay, whatever. That's a little piece of information I have now, but that's not really what I wanted to find out. I wanted to understand why there is no record of her anywhere in the U.S., this Jermaran Bryson, and I'd like to see a picture of her. I don't care really what race she is, but I want to see a picture of this Jermaran Bryson, and I kind of want to figure out why she's not in any records. I clicked through to look at the case, and it did not list any date of birth or anything. It didn't even say her age. The paper said her age, but the information online that the court has did not list her age. And she was charged with 3 things. Torture, injure, abandon, starve animal. That's the first charge. That means any of these things. Misdemeanor. False statement or obstruct police officer. That's number 2. And resist public officer, number 3. And then a 4th charge, abandon animal. That was number 4. So this is a real case there in Las Vegas court, and she was allowed to be released on her own recognizance, meaning no bail, and she was told to return on March 31st to court. On February 20th, TV station KTNV, which is in Las Vegas, put in a media request for electronic coverage, though it's not clear if that was granted or denied. It does also mention here that on February 19th, that the abandoned animal was going to be denied by the DA. But I guess the torture/injure/abandon/starve animal charge still remains. But the separate, just abandoned animal charge, which is a separate charge, was dropped probably because it's redundant. Anyway, that's where that stands. But what's this whole thing about Jermaran? Why can't I find anything about her, and why was there no picture? So I started looking some things up, and I believe that I found who that really is, and her name is not Jermaran. It appears that her real name is Jermira. Germirah. So basically the N was actually an H, which if you think about it, someone probably wrote it down, and the N ended up kind of looking like an H. The lowercase n and H can look alike if written sloppily. And it probably got entered into court records incorrectly as Jermaran instead of Jermira. And that's why there was no public records, because I did find a Jermira Danae Nicole Bryson, and she is 26. She's born in April 1999, which means she's currently 26 and she'll be 27 this year. So it all fits, right? In addition, I found this Jermira Danae Nicole Bryson has a connection to Las Vegas and did live in Vegas, at least at some point. I cannot see what her current address is. I see a few addresses. I can't tell which one's current. But she grew up in New Jersey, and she also has addresses in Vegas. If I had to guess, she probably booked that flight to fly back to New Jersey. So I'm pretty sure it's the same person. I mean, there's no Jermaran Bryson anywhere that I can find. The middle name is identical, this Danae Nicole, which is unusual, and she's the same age. So I found a Facebook of someone named Jermira Bryson, who's listed as being from New Jersey. It hasn't been updated in several years. I think the last thing posted there is from 2021. But I did get a picture of her there. So I shared the picture on X, because why shouldn't I? I don't think she deserves any privacy here. She's right on video doing this stuff. And even if you want to say that the whole thing with the dog was a misunderstanding, why didn't she come back for the dog? If she wasn't abandoning the dog, she loved the dog, why didn't she come back and pick up the dog? She had 10 days to do it and didn't do it. So clearly she was leaving the dog behind. So how come when all these other people are arrested, you get to see their picture and you get their name, and in this case there's no picture? Now, why do I think there's no picture? Well, I think they didn't show a picture because they couldn't find one. I think the journalism was so poor, even though this made national news. I found it on CBS News, NBC News, Fox News. It was on the Daily Mail UK. I found this everywhere. So it was actually world news, not even just international news. Despite all the outlets carrying this, you won't find one that carried her picture. The only one who posted her picture was me. Seriously, go take a look. And I think it's because they were all basically copying each other. So they got this name Jermaran from the court record, so they assumed it had to be right. And they were all listing her as Jermaran in the articles. And then they probably went to go see what pictures they could find of Jermaran. They couldn't find any because that name doesn't really exist. And they're like, okay, I guess she doesn't have much of a social media presence. Okay, I guess we can't find any pictures anywhere. I don't know why they didn't get the mugshot. But whatever it is, they decided not to post the picture because they didn't have a picture. So there's no picture. Now, it's not like I spent 3 hours looking this stuff up. I came up with this in like 10 minutes. So these people who are doing it for a living, who are covering these stories on a national basis, it's going to have millions of views. In fact, there was coverage on television, on national TV programs. Not one of them could take 10 minutes to figure out that Jermaran is really Jermira and that there's a picture of her right there on Facebook. Not one could do that. It's bizarre. So then I thought, well, this was something that maybe they just haven't figured out yet. Maybe I'm just faster than they are. Maybe I'm just better at this than they are. I mean, maybe they're just really busy. They've got so many stories to cover and I'm only focusing on this one. So maybe it's not fair to say, why can't they do it if I can do it? So I waited and I waited and I waited and I watched the story get bigger and I watched it get more covered, but there was still no picture of her anywhere. And they were all still calling her Jermaran. And even the Daily Mail, which is usually very good at digging in and getting the details, they failed too. None of them have a picture of her except for me. Well, remember, this was first reported on February 18th related to an incident that occurred on February 2nd. So I thought, okay, it's been a week. Maybe by now someone's figured out their mistake. Maybe by now people have figured out there's no Jermaran. Maybe they figured out what it really looks like. And there was some continued coverage, by the way. There's some updates to the story. So I thought, okay, at this point, they must have it right now, right? No. The only outlet that's listing her as Jermira is KSNV, which is Channel 3 in Las Vegas. But they still don't have a picture of her. They're the only ones listing her as Jermira Bryson. Maybe what happened is they saw my tweet correcting it. But the funny thing is there's an image on their page that lists her name correctly, which they didn't list before correctly, but now is correctly. The picture of her still says Jermaran Bryson. But it does say in the main article, Jermira Bryson was arrested at Harry Reid International Airport, blah, blah, blah. So at least they finally got that right. So see, I was correct. I was the first one to call her Jermira and not Jermaran. The update that came was that she allegedly said to the police officer there at the airport, call animal control, I'm not going to miss my flight. And as she was walking with them to get back to where the dog was through the security checkpoint the other way, that's when she became disruptive, tried walking away from them, and then dropped her body weight after she was handcuffed so they'd have to carry her to the airport substation. The resisting part, I'm assuming, was the part where she just dropped to the floor and wouldn't move and made them carry her. And I think the obstruction part was probably the being disruptive and trying to walk away. Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. But still, go ahead, Google it right now. See if you can find a picture of Jeremiah Bryson. The only thing you'll find is someone on Facebook who posted it who took it from me. Because a lot of people saw my tweet and my correction. I actually took some heat from a few people, not anyone I know, but just people who found my post on X, saying that I should not have posted this picture because it caused people to make racist comments in response. Like, how's that my problem? I didn't make any racist comments. I made a very matter-of-fact post. I made no comment about race. I just posted that the name was listed incorrectly, and here's her real name, and here's her picture. And I even said I'm not 100% sure, but this is what it looked like to me. That's all I said. And yes, I got some responses to my post that were racist in nature, not by anyone friendly with me, not even by anyone who listens to the show, just, randoms on X writing this stuff. But yeah, that's not my issue. I can't control what other people write in response to me. I can only control what I write. And if people are going to write offensive things in response because they're racist, then okay, that's on them. But I'm not going to suppress my reporting because some people might write racist things in response. In fact, this has been happening in the media over the last decade or so. That sometimes they won't show someone's picture because they don't want to feed some kind of stereotype, or they don't want to induce racist or homophobic commentary. There's the joke that's going around that a white male didn't commit the crime if they're not showing a picture, because if it's a white male, they'll always show the picture. So I don't know if they didn't show the picture for that reason, but I think they just couldn't find it because they were looking for the wrong person. And that's actually more disturbing to me than them holding back the picture because they're afraid of a racist response in the comments. I don't like that either, but it's even worse that they no longer have the ability to just do some quick thinking and go, why don't we have any records of a person by this name? Maybe it's slightly misspelled. Let's look for some alternate versions of this and then find it. As I said, it took me 10 minutes. But on such a big story, how can there be no picture along with it? I just don't get it. It's not like nobody's covering this. It's not like it's a niche Las Vegas story. This is a national and international story, and the only person to have shared a picture is me. Seriously, go check it. Go Google it. It's a very sad state of journalism. And I think what happened is they were just all copying from one another. That one of them looked up the court records, probably the Review Journal, copied down the wrong name, couldn't find a picture, went with no picture. So, and all the rest of them just ripped it off from the Review Journal, or ripped it off from whoever ripped it off from the Review Journal, and just pretty much wrote the same article over and over. And they did not take 10 minutes to question themselves why this person doesn't seem to exist. So what this really shows me is that nobody really digs into things anymore. Especially if it's like a niche, sensational story like this one. Like some very, very big scandal, of course people are going to dig into it. They'll sign reporters to go dig deep and figure out what's going on. But something like this, which is just interesting, unusual, and will attract attention, something that's likely to get clicks and likely to get eyeballs, but not going to be an in-depth story that's going to be followed closely every day. I think they all just kind of copy each other and just leave it at that, no matter how much it spreads around the world. And that's how we get an international story that a lot of people have read by now and no picture when it was very easy to find a picture. That's how incompetent our media is today. It's sad, but it's true. And that is why I hope you listen to this show, among other reasons, because I dig in and find the information. I try to find out the truth. I try to find the full details. I will never suppress details from you because I'm worried about what you're going to think or how you're going to respond, nor am I just going to copy other people's work and not check it myself. Jermoran. That name doesn't make sense. It's not like they got the name John wrong, and it turned out to be something similar to John, like Ron. This is a name that doesn't make any sense. There's no Germaran anything in the whole United States, 340 million people. So don't you think that would be a red flag that maybe they got the name wrong? Just so stupid. I got a text here from the 574. This is actually someone I believe is a police officer. He said, I'm on patrol and your imitation of that guy, referring to the guy talking about Caesars, is cracking me up. Also, what are you going to gamble with $40? Then he said that imitation has to be added to Colonel Nigel Fabersham, etc. So I guess he wants me to do that character again. Even though it's a real character I was imitating. I mean, Colonel Fabersham is fictitious. This guy is real, unfortunately. But yeah, it's also true, like, what is he expecting to do with $40 to gamble at Caesars in a machine? At least the guy said it was gone within 3 seconds. And for all I know, he didn't gamble at all. He said he tried calling in. I guess he didn't hear the part that we don't have a phone anymore. We have a text phone, but we don't have a phone. He did add, this guy who's a cop here, he said, I tried calling in, just wanted to say I've taken so many police reports that the news had picked up on and the reporting was not what I wrote. Yeah. The media is really shit these days. It sucks. See, I try not to be shit for you guys. I try to do a good job. I'm not always right. I get some things wrong, but I try to at least report things that make sense to me. I'm not going to just go, oh, well, I can't find this person in any public records. Oh, well, I guess they don't exist. Okay. I'm not going to ever just leave it like that. That's what blows my mind. It's not even like they found the wrong person. They just found no person. From the 916, in reference to the Caesars guy, this guy sounds like Napoleon Dynamite. He kind of does. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. I knew it was familiar. He sounds like gay Napoleon Dynamite. That's what he sounds like. I knew that was familiar. All right. Let's talk about the World Series of Poker. Because they've dropped the schedule. Finally dropped a schedule. Took a while to do it, but we got our schedule, which does often come out in February in their defense. By the way, before we get into that, I want to tell you some work I did. I've done some work on the site. I've done a lot of work on the site recently. Mainly the forum. But we're having a lot of problems still with AI bots just slamming the forum, trying to learn from it, and bogging down the server, and really cause a lot of slow performance for that reason. So I've written some custom software to hold back the bots. So if you have trouble accessing the forum, then that's why. You can just text me and I will fix it for you. But I've done a pretty good job keeping the bots out without having to resort to one of these things like Cloudflare, which is obnoxious, where you have to click on a captcha or click at a certain point on the screen to read the site. I don't want to put that shit into my site, so I prefer just to leave it how it's always been, where you can just go and it's all there. But anyway, the thing I really wanted to talk about, though, regarding work I've done recently is, you may have noticed in the last few years, I have not been able to do that thing where I put a hashtag when I'm playing the World Series and then it automatically posts on Poker Fraud Alert, where you can see all the updates I gave during the event. I mean, you can go to my X account itself and look at that, but you can't just see it on the forum, especially much later when it's much easier to find that way. And that's because Elon Musk removed that ability for me to do that, unless I wanted to pay a staggering sum of money to be able to continue using that service. So I had to disable it. But I put some work into being able to do this anyway, and I was able to put together kind of a poor man's version of it that's not quite as good. It's going to be slower to update, be like half an hour behind, but at least it will still update. So I created a new sub-forum under the World Series of Poker section on the Poker Fraud Alert forum, and it's called 25-2026 World Series of Poker. So it has some of last year's topics, and then it's going to have the updates for the events this year of whatever I play or whatever you guys want to play and tweet about. So that feature's back, and I did it by accessing a third-party service that kind of does the same thing, but not as well as Twitter does it. So anyway, the whole hashtag thing will work again. It should be a bit delayed. And it was some work to do this and to integrate all this. But I did it. I tested it. It's fine. It works. So that'll be back this year. But the 2026 schedule I want to talk about. Now, you might remember that I barely played in 2025. And that was by design. I played the main event every year since 2005. And 25 was the first year I missed, aside from 2020 when they didn't have a real main event because of COVID. But any other year they had a real main event since 05 I played. But I did not last year. And in fact, I also missed most other events. So I kind of had two things going on. One of them was a trip to Europe. So I was able to squeeze in two quick events. I flew into Vegas and then drove back. And I played two events that were back-to-back. A 3K limit hold'em event, which I did not cash, and a no limit hold'em event, which I did not cash. And then I went back. So not a very productive trip, though I did win back what I lost in the tournaments at a cash game there, so that was good. I didn't lose money for the trip. But that was my entire World Series experience last year. And because I was not physically present in the United States for some of the World Series, and I was doing other things during the earlier part of the World Series, I just didn't really have that much time to analyze it last year, which is why you really didn't hear from me much about the World Series. It honestly just wasn't the same when I was not there. And I'm not there all 7 weeks anymore, and I haven't been for a long time because I don't live in Vegas anymore. But even being there part-time, I felt enough connection to it, and I felt enough like a reporter on the ground to where I aggressively covered everything, even things that happened when I was no longer in Vegas. But just barely being there at all, it almost felt like I just was detached from it, so I just didn't cover much last year. But this year I will be covering more, and I'm starting right now with the World Series of Poker 2026 schedule, which has dropped. And in fact, I paid so little attention last year that I thought some changes were made this year that actually weren't changes that had actually been made last year, and I just didn't notice. But now I think I've got this all correct. So I will tell you what has changed between 25 and 26 and what I think of these changes. And that will be our segment. And then we probably won't have any World Series talk for a while until it gets closer to the series, which begins, as always, in May. But that's one of the changes. The series starts a little earlier than usual. The series starts on May 26th this year. So that's a pretty early start. Now, it's not way early, but it's sort of early. Now, it is only 1 day earlier than last year. So one of the changes last year is it started slightly earlier, and then again now we're starting slightly earlier. So May 26th being the first event is the earliest I've seen in many years. It's not the earliest ever, but it's the earliest I've seen in many years for the World Series of Poker. And it's actually starting with a open event that anyone can play. They used to start off with a closed event, like the casino employees event, or sometimes they'd start off with an event that you could play, but most people wouldn't, something like the 25K heads up, or some high buy-in thing that wasn't likely to have a lot of players. But this year, it is actually going to have an open event that's going to have a lot of people playing. So the very first event is going to be, and this is also something new, the $550 No Limit Hold'em Mini Mystery Millions. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the Mystery Millions. That's one which was invented a few years ago and was a very popular event where if you get to day 2, if you knock someone out, then you get to draw something that will either give you a small bounty or will allow you to go to the stage. And if you go up to the stage, then you pick a paper out of a big drum where you can end up drawing a big bounty. So if you get up to the stage, you're already in good shape. And then the biggest prize, the biggest bounty that you can get if you get up to the stage is
$1 million.
And that's why it's called the Mystery Millions. This was not invented by the World Series. This was invented by another tournament series, and the World Series of Poker adopted it. And it was an extremely popular event when they first did it. And the winner of the first $1 million was actually a Poker Fraud Alert listener. That is Poker Pro Matt Glantz was lucky enough to win that. I was very jealous. Anyway, this event has done very well, and I've even played it before. I didn't cash, but a lot of people like the Mystery Millions because it plays as a normal no-limit hold'em tournament, but it's got that added twist if you make day 2 that you can start getting these bounties and you can hope you're going to be one of those lucky people who gets one of the really big ones, maybe even the $1 million. So it gets big fields, and it was a $1,000 event. So, of course, I expected to see it again, being a very successful event. But I was surprised to see that something was different about it. Now, last year, there was also the first event, but it was the $1,000 version I was used to. This year is this $550. So did they lower the buy-in? Well, not really. Because remember, this one's called the Mini Mystery Millions. So there's actually 2 Mystery Millions this year. Now the one that begins the World Series is the mini version, which is $550. And the regular version is later in the World Series, and that's that same $1,000. So that's one of the new changes here. And I already don't like this. I think that having 2 of these is useless, especially when the mini is more than half of the main. So are there really that many people who can't afford to enter a $1,000 event but can afford $550? I mean, I guess it's possible, but there's not that many. It's not like it's $550 versus $5,000 or $550 versus $3,000. This is $550 versus $1,000. So it's 55%. But anyway, that's what's kicking it off. And I think what it's going to do is it's just going to dilute the Mystery Millions. I think maybe the $1,000 version won't get as many people. So this $550 event, it has several starting days. There's a Flight A, Flight B, Flight C, Flight D, Flight E, and Flight F. So there's 6 starting flights, and you can enter up to 3 times in each flight. So that's 18 possible entries you can have in the Mini Mystery Millions. Can't do all 18 in one day. You'd have to split it up over 6 days, but you can do 3 per day, and there's 6 starting days. This also puts a big gap between day 1 and day 2 if you play near the beginning, because day 1 starts on May 26th, and then day 2 will not be until May 31st. And the only reason it's not later than that is because they put 2 flights on May 30th. So you can enter, I guess, 6 times on that final day between the 2 flights. The $1,000 version is basically the same format, except it's $1,000, but again, you can enter 3 times per flight. Again, there are 6 flights for a total of 18 entries. So I really don't like any of this. I don't think they should have 2 of these. And then I also don't like the fact that you can now enter 18 times. Because once again, we get to this whole thing where the deep-pocketed pro, or even sometimes the deep-pocketed amateur, but at least the deep-pocketed amateur is probably not very good, but the deep-pocketed pro can now basically buy his way into the later stages. Because if you enter 18 times, you're probably making day 2, right? So that's the problem here. And they had 1 re-entry per flight last year. So that was bad enough that you could enter 12 times. But now you can enter 18 times, which is much worse. It really shouldn't be that if your bankroll is deep enough that you can pretty much guarantee yourself into the money, and in this case, into day 2 with the bounties. So there's going to be people doing this, people who want to take a shot at that $1 million and say, hey, I'll enter 18 times if necessary to get myself into that day 2. And that really is not what tournament poker is about. Tournament poker is not about buying in until finally you get lucky enough to move on. And 18 tries, you don't have to be that good to make it through the first day with 18 shots at it. One of the times you're just going to get lucky. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty likely. So I don't like this. It's ruining a good event. They really should not have this many rebuys. I don't even like the 12 total entries of last year. It wasn't always like this. They didn't have this many flights before. So I like that it's a popular event. I like that it gets a lot of people. But it should be people, not the same people entering over and over and over again. It should be individual people. So that's disappointing. They took a good event and they've somewhat ruined it. I'm not that excited about this event anymore. I used to really like it. Now, I'm not that excited about it. Anything you can enter 18 times, I don't find very exciting. Especially when the big thing is to make day 2 and get to all the bounties, and now you can pretty much buy your way into that by just entering 18 times. Something that changed last year that I didn't notice until this year, but I want to mention, because it's continuing this year, is a schedule improvement. I'm actually going to give a compliment here rather than a criticism. They improved the schedule regarding the split pot Omaha events, which prior to 2025 were kind of all over the place in the schedule. So if you wanted to play the split pot Omaha events, that's where you're trying to make a high hand or a low hand or both. They were all over the schedule and it was hard to play them all. So now they have put them fairly close together near the beginning of the schedule. And that was a good decision. They started that last year. They're continuing this year. This year's version, the Omaha 8 or better, the limit version, is on May 27th. The mixed Omaha, which is a combination of limit Omaha 8 or better, the pot limit version of the game, and then Big O, which is the 5-card version of the pot limit version of the game. That's on June 1st. Pot limit Omaha 8 or better is on June 4th. And Big O, an event that I had been suggesting for years and I was being ignored, and then when they added it, it did tremendously well, and they're like, oh, why didn't we do this before? That is on June 5th and 6th because there's 2 starting days with that because it's become such a popular event. So now you can play all 4 of those within an 8-day time span, provided you don't make day 2 in the last one. And at most, you'll be there 11 days if you make the very end of the final event, the Big O. I don't love the fact that the Omaha 8 or better is 5 days before all the other ones in that span. So if you want to play Omaha 8 or better, let's say you play that and bust on day 1, then it's actually 5 days later when mixed Omaha is on June 1st. Because remember, there's a May 31st. So I don't love that. They should have made that closer. Aside from that, I do like that they put them together. The 10K versions of these events are still spread out, so those are not together. But it's nice that the 1500s are all together like this. The seniors event is going to be starting on June 15th and 16th, day 1A and 1B. Strangely enough, it interferes with the Raz event, which is not a very smart way to schedule, because how old do you think the average Raz player is? You think there's a lot of young players in Raz? For those of you that don't know, Raz is a low version of 7-card stud, where you're looking to make a low hand only. So it's like 7-card stud, high-low without the high. So this is an old person's game. Like, nobody plays this in cast format anymore except as part of Horse. Nobody plays just Raz by itself in any card rooms. So an event that's only Raz will mostly be older people. And yet the older people are going to be in the seniors, so that's not very smart. The $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout has met the same fate as the $1,500 Limit Hold'em Shootout a few years ago, and I don't understand the rationale behind this. Actually, it's more than a few years ago when that disappeared, but now they're both gone. Shootout events, for those of you that don't know, is where everybody stays at the same table each day. So whatever your day 1 table is, that's going to be the table you're going to be at, and you're never going to move. You're either going to bust or you're going to win it. So it plays like a final table. And then when it's done, you're the winner, and then you move on to the next round. And then day 2, same thing. You're at the same table with winners of day 1, and you don't move tables, and whoever wins that moves on to day 3, etc. Usually it's a 3-day event. This is a very popular event. People really like it because it rewards good shorthanded play. I used to really love the Limit Hold'em version of it. In fact, I came a hair away from making the final table of that in the 2000s, but I took a bad beat and did not. But I was super close to making the final table there. Anyway, that got done away with sometime in the 2010s, the Limit version. And now the No Limit version has been eliminated for 2026. Now, here's what's so weird about both of them. They both did well, and they both are over with very quickly. This is very good for the venue because they don't have to spend a lot of money on dealers or take up a lot of space because it's over pretty fast. Once everybody's won their table, then they can close down for the day and move on to something else. And tables become available very quickly for other things. So even if the whole day is not over yet, you're going to have the vast majority of tables finishing pretty quickly within a few hours, and the day's over. So even if there's a few still running, the rest of these tables become available for other things. So it's a pretty low overhead cost for the venue, and yet people love it. It gets a good turnout. They collect the same rake as they do for a regular 1,500 event, so it's not like they're raking less. So here, they have to spend less time on it. They pay fewer dealers. They have space available very quickly. And it's like this for all 3 days of the event. And yet, for some reason, they got rid of it. And everybody likes it. It gets a lot of attendance. It's not a huge event, but it's not like they're getting like 80 people and had to give up on it. They get a lot of people. Same with the limit version. So I never understood the rationale to remove it. If people like it, if it gets good attendance, if it's not costing them much to put on compared to other events, isn't that perfect? Why get rid of it? But they got rid of it. I don't know why. I can't even guess why. I can't even fathom a guess why. I don't know why. It's weird, but it's gone. There is a $1,000 PLO mystery bounty event, but that I don't think is going to get the best attendance. That's taking place on July 7th and 8th after the main event day ones are over. I guess maybe they're hoping people will fire on it if they either can't afford the main or if they bust from the main. I don't know. But I don't think that's going to get good attendance. Just these events that start after the main begins just never do that well. And this is something I think has good potential. A lot of people love PLO, so why not have a PLO mystery bounty sometime in the middle of the series when people will enjoy it and it'll get a lot of entrance. In fact, it's only got 2 starting days because they know it's not going to get great attendance. That's kind of a weird decision. Will I possibly repeat this year and become once again the 3K Limit Hold'em champion? No, because the event's gone. They've done away with it. They removed it for 2026. No explanation. The only 2 Limit Hold'em events now are the 1,500 Limit Hold'em and the 10K Limit Hold'em, which will be on June 8th and 11th. There is no more 3K, which had been converted in recent years to be a 3K 6 max. When I won it, it was not 6 max, but it was the only 3K. Again, I don't know why that's gone. It's a popular event, and I don't know why eliminate that. They have 100 events this year. You're telling me out of 100 events they could not squeeze in 3K Limit Hold'em? But they couldn't. It's gone. David ODB Baker stated on X that they had been consulting him for the prior few years regarding recommendations for the schedule, and they had been talking about removing that event, but he always talked them out of removing it, stating all the positives of it and the fact that he enjoys it personally. They kept it on every year. He convinced them every year, he claims, but said that this year they did not consult him on anything and that he had a feeling that meant it would be gone, and sure enough, it's gone. There is a 5-card PLO event on June 18th. So this is like Big O, except no low part. So if you like 5-card PLO, then you may want to play that. I don't believe that existed last year. In my quick search of the schedule, I can't find it. It's only Big O, but not 5-card PLO high. Believe it or not, people are playing 6-card PLO on some sites. And I sometimes play 6-card PLO. Actually, a 6-card Big O, really, because it's high-low. But I play a 6-card and sometimes 7-card version at a home game I go to. So watch out, there may be a 6-card version, though the 6-card version, of course, can't have as many people at the table because you run out of cards. So a 6-card version of any Omaha game, the most people you could have at such a game would be 7 people. Otherwise, they run out of cards. Finally, there is a change to the main event, and this has actually gotten the most attention of anything. The main event final table is now going to be on some kind of delay, though it's not going to be like the November 9 that they did for a while, where you would get to the final table in July and then continue in November. So there'd be a 4-month delay between making the final table and playing the final table. They claim that's not what they're going to do this time, but there is some kind of unspecified delay between reaching the final table at the main and playing that final table. They just haven't said how long it's going to be, but they have indicated it's not going to be November this year. A small delay is fine, but you do not want to have enough of a delay that allows people to learn. There really was coaching going on in the 4 months that people had off, to where they would hire coaches who were overall better players than them, who would get some small piece of their action in the main in exchange for the coaching. And that really changes the whole makeup of the final table in a few ways. Number one, anyone who had momentum, that momentum's kind of gone. And you can say, momentum doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's just the random cards. Well, no, it isn't, because yes, the cards are random, but there's the perception. If there's someone who's just hitting everything and just seems to be running everyone over and running so hot, it can start to get in your head if your opponent is running like that. And it can be hard to deal with them. And it can change their play style. And it can make you doubt yourself. There's a lot of psychological elements to dealing with a player who's running hot and confident. And that's going to be gone with a big break in between. That's number one. And number two, more importantly, people should not be able to be coached to become better players because they have a long time between when they make the final table and when they play the final table. The whole point of tournaments is that you have the skills you bring to the table and you don't have time to improve. So there really should not be any kind of lengthy delay. Hopefully they will not make it that long. Yeah, if they make it like a week, I guess that's fine. But anything longer than that is too long and will allow coaching to take place to where people can learn. And furthermore, you just don't want to change the whole momentum of the event. You don't. And it can work the opposite way, too. You can have someone who isn't running well that's actually happy to have a break and kind of a reset and can come back with new confidence. So I never liked that. I always liked the main event just being a marathon, that you just come back day after day after day after day until it's over. Somewhat of an endurance test. In fact, that's some of the reason why older people don't tend to do as well in the main event. It is likely that if I were to make the final table of the main event, I'd be the oldest one there. It's not for sure, but most people at the main event final table in recent years have been under 50, and I'm well over 50 by this point. And it's not like it's a young crowd playing, because the average age of the main is 40-something, like 43 or something. It's just the young players do better. A new member on the Poker Fraud Alert forum, I would think it's River Phoenix, but I think he's dead. River PH7 wrote, in my opinion, the $550 price point, referring to the Mystery Millions, is way more attractive and affordable to many more players compared to 1,000. I play 2 or 3 tournaments of 1,000 or 1,500 buy-ins, but it's definitely a stretch. 550 buy-in with a very popular bounty format, we might see a record-breaking most runners ever for a poker tournament. My guess is around 28,000 to 30,000 entries. Maybe. So he's basically saying he's not a high-budget player. He's someone who shows up and puts maybe $3,000, $4,000 into tournaments total, and that's even a little bit much for him given his budget. And that 550 just seems a lot easier for him. So, okay, maybe I'll be proven wrong on this. I don't know. I just think it's going to cannibalize the 1K. I think the 1K is not going to do as well. A very sad and bizarre story occurred at the Rio in the middle of February. You may have heard about it, but I don't think it got as much publicity as it deserved. There was a murder-suicide that took place at the Rio in Las Vegas in a hotel room. And it wasn't the typical murder-suicide. You usually picture maybe a guy killed his girlfriend and killed himself. That's kind of what you'd picture when you hear murder-suicide at the Rio. But this was a tragic story of a mother murdering her daughter, her young daughter who was 11 years old, and then turning the gun on herself. So here's what happened. A woman named Tanya McGeehan, Tanya was spelled Tawnia, McGeehan was Mcgeehan. Tanya McGeehan, who is from Utah, from West Jordan, Utah, which is near Salt Lake City. She was 34. She had an 11-year-old daughter named Addie Smith. And there was a cheer competition that was taking place in Las Vegas. That was the reason they were there. Addie Smith was a cheerleader, presumably in either middle school or elementary school. For whatever reason, Tanya McGeehan's family got concerned when they stopped hearing from her after 8 p.m. on the Saturday they were there. The competition was to take place on Sunday. Now, that part's a little bit weird to me because when someone goes to Vegas, mom and daughter go to Vegas, and then don't get in contact after 8 p.m. on a Saturday, wouldn't you just assume they're busy doing something? You wouldn't panic because you didn't hear from them later at night on Saturday. But something concerned the family, and they called security at the Rio and said, "Can you please go visit the room? We can't reach Tanya here, and we're worried." I think maybe she was acting erratic or saying strange things, and then she stopped answering them. That's just my guess. But something made them call security after they couldn't reach her after 8 p.m. And then security knocked on the door, and nobody answered, and they just left, which I don't know if that was the right decision, but it was probably too late by that point anyway. The following day, Addie did not show up to the competition. Then people got really worried. So at that point, security returned to the room, forced the door open, and then found the two were dead in a murder-suicide, and it was committed with a gun. It's not clear why nobody heard the gunshot. I don't know what kind of gun it was. I don't know if there's a silencer, or maybe somehow the sound was muffled. I don't know how she pulled that off without anyone hearing the gunshot, but they were just both dead in the room from first murder, then a suicide. Now, why did this happen? Why would a mother kill her 11-year-old daughter? It's a strange thing. Why would that happen? Well, it was the result of a custody battle, which is what I thought when I heard this story. I said, this is probably a custody battle. This is probably some weird thing to get back at the ex-husband. Because that's usually the case when this occurs. Men are far more violent than women in general. The vast, vast majority of all violent crime is committed by men. But when women do things like this, when a woman kills her own child, and when she's divorced and there's a custody battle going on, that's often the motivation. Like a really, really sick way to get back at the ex. So the divorce occurred when the girl was 2. So she, as far as the girl remembers, the parents were always split. But they were battling it out regarding custody ever since. So 9 years later, there is still a lot of contention. They had very strict terms imposed by the court because of the intense hatred between the two parents here, Tanya and the girl's father. So on school days, when they would exchange the girl, when they would be switching of who the girl's staying with, they were ordered by the court to meet in the school parking lot, to park at least 5 car lengths from one another, and to have the girl walk between the 2 cars. So this way they have no contact. This way they're always 5 car lengths apart, and the girl has to walk between the 2 cars. And they're not allowed to get out or anything like that. They let the girl out, let her go to the other car, and that's how they would exchange her on a school day. And when the exchange were to take place on a weekend, they were ordered to do it at the parking lot of the police station. Now, I don't know all the details of what led to things like this. I don't know why it got so bitter. I don't know whose fault it was that the marriage fell apart, but I'd have to guess it was her fault, given the level of psychosis it takes to murder one's own child. Because no matter what you think of the ex-husband, it is just completely depraved to murder your own kid. That's just a very, very high level of evil that requires. I don't care how bad your life is. I don't care how much you hate your ex or how bad of a person your ex is. There is never, any slight justification to harm the child. So for her to kill this 11-year-old girl because of whatever was going on with the custody battle shows it's a very sick person. And I don't think she was just sick on that day. I think this is probably a sick person her whole adult life, and that probably caused the demise of the marriage. And then I'm guessing she was probably the big issue with the custody thing and just made it very difficult. So it's a very sad story. If you think about it, this is very premeditated, too. This wasn't she just flipped out. She actually brought a gun to Las Vegas. And I assume they drove there because Salt Lake to Vegas is very drivable. It's not quite as close as LA is, but it's like, I think 450 miles or so. So presumably they drove there. And of course they wouldn't have to go through any metal detectors or anything like that. But to actually premeditate this and bring a gun to the Rio from Salt Lake City and then go forward with that plan to murder her own daughter and then kill herself. So she had a lot of time to change her mind, and she didn't. So that is really bad. Very sad story. Not much publicity about this. They don't like to publicize this sort of thing in Vegas. The Vegas media did cover it, but I'm just surprised it didn't get more because it is kind of unusual. If it were her killing her ex or something, that wouldn't be that unusual. There's ex-lovers that murder each other all the time. But the mother killing the daughter, especially in a Las Vegas hotel room, I've never heard of anything like this before. It's very sad, and I saw the pictures of them. She looked like a sweet young girl. It's just sad to think about. She had no idea. She thinks she's going to a cheer competition with her mother, and then her mother kills her. It's really, really evil. Let's move on to a California story. Blackjack has been banned from California card rooms. And I want to explain that ban because there's a lot of confusion about it. I'll give you my feelings on the whole ban itself, but I also want to tell you what it is and what it isn't. So, first of all, you have to understand blackjack in the California card rooms. The card rooms, not the casinos, but the card rooms, I'm talking about things like the Bicycle Club, the Commerce Casino, Bay 101, those are card rooms. They're not casinos, meaning they can't have slot machines, they can't have things like craps, they can't have sports betting, of course. These are not casinos. They're not like the Indian casinos, which don't have sports betting either, by the way, but at least they have other casino-style games. They have real slot machines there. They have real blackjack. So those Indian tribe casinos, those are allowed to run a lot of Las Vegas-style games, but the California card rooms are not. And the card rooms have been in long, bitter competition with the Indian casinos because the Indian casinos wish they didn't exist. The Indian casinos hate the idea of these existing. The Indian casinos feel that these card rooms are taking away a lot of their business, that people don't bother driving to the Indian casinos if they can just play things much closer to home. They can get their gambling fixed that way. The truth is it's unfair to these card rooms that they can't spread the same games that the Indian tribes can. But the Indian tribes feel the other way, that they thought that they had the lock on the gambling, and yet these card rooms not only can spread poker, but they can spread games that are sort of similar to the Las Vegas-style games. Now, the California card rooms are not allowed to self-bank these games. So anything you play at these card rooms cannot be banked by the house, meaning anything you win or lose has to be against a third party. It cannot be against the house. So what they do at the non-poker casino games there is they have what they call a corporation. We've talked about this before, which is supposed to be a third-party company that banks the game when the players don't want to bank the game. Because the way it's supposed to work is that each player gets a chance to bank the game and act as the house, and it goes in a rotation to where each player has that opportunity if they want it. But the thing is, a lot of players don't want it because it requires a big bankroll, and there's a lot of risk to it, a lot of variance to it. So in order to keep the games running, they're allowed to have what's called a corporation that constantly banks the games if the players don't want to. But what this evolved into in a lot of cases was the casinos would secretly own or partially own these corporations, so they actually were banking the games, and they would ban players who did want to bank the game. So if you show up and say, hey, I want to bank, some places will ban you. And in fact, this was long alleged about Commerce, and other rooms in California. So these California card rooms are not innocent either, and that's important to know here. But they were making a lot of money on these games, not only if they had any piece of these companies banking these games, but also just they collect a commission every hand, and these hands tend to move a lot faster than poker does. So they were really making more money at these tables than they were off the poker tables. So what are these games? As I said, they're kind of modified versions of table games that you will see in regular casinos. They do have a version of Ultimate Texas Hold'em, which is actually very similar, except you have to pay a commission. And the commission is just something you're paying to the casino to house it, which sucks because that's just a tax on you every hand, and it eats you alive. But they also had blackjack games, and this was not real casino-style blackjack, and it had some very weird rules to it. But they were able to get, sort of close to offering blackjack by doing this. And again, these were banked by this corporation usually, and the casino would take a commission. But apparently the blackjack games were very popular there, and they were generating a lot of the income for these card rooms. So while you may see games at the Bike and Commerce and think that they're making most of their money off poker, the truth is, the poker's making money, but they're really doing better with these casino games there. And if they were to lose these games, which the Indian tribes have been advocating for many years, it would really hurt them. They may not go out of business, but they make substantially less money, and they would have to really pare down their operation and fire a lot of people. So they have made some regulatory changes that are going to take place in April, if this doesn't end up getting overturned in some way, that will make it almost impossible to continue spreading these blackjack games. And that's really been the point of these Indian casinos, that they've wanted to kill these games for a long time. And their hope is that now that nobody can play any form of blackjack in the local card rooms, that they're going to drive to the Indian casinos and start playing there. So here are the new rules. Number one, the player-dealer, that is whoever is banking the game, must be seated at the table at all times, and it must be offered to all players before every hand, and this offer should be visible to surveillance cameras. Now, what they're trying to say here is they can't do any more of this bullshit where the corporation is banking every hand, and that they're not only not offering the ability to bank the game, but they're not letting people bank the game. So they're basically saying that whoever is banking the particular hand, that it has to be someone seated at the table, and it has to be offered to everybody before every single hand, and that it has to be on surveillance cameras that they're doing this. So this way they can't just bank it all themselves or get the corporations to do it. Second, related to it, each table must post the following notice. Any player can assume the player-dealer position when it's offered. The player that assumes the player-dealer position cannot win or lose more than the amount that they wager. So it's basically making it easier for people to bank the game, where they can partially bank the game, and that they have to post a notice that they can do this. Then the next one is the role of the player-dealer must rotate to at least two players other than the TPPP every 40 minutes or the game shall end. Now, what's the TPPP? The TPPP is what's known as third-party proposition players, and that's what I talk about with the corporation. So basically what they're trying to say here is that the corporation cannot bank every hand, and that every 40 minutes there have to be two other people who are banking it. Now, I still don't understand the part about how the player can't assume more of a risk than what they wager. Then how do they bank the whole game? That's the one part that's confusing to me. But anyway, basically they're saying that if they can't find more than two players who want to bank besides the corporation, then the game just ends. Then it says if the TPPP is serving as the player-dealer, the next rotation must be to another player. Next, additionally, TPPPs would only be allowed to accept and settle wagers when they are serving as a player-dealer. And only one TPPP would be permitted per table, so they can't just put several corporations there. So basically, there's a number of problems here that would really kill it. First of all, if people are not willing to bank, if they can't find two within 40 minutes, it's going to break and they can't continue running the game. I don't know when they can restart. They can no longer stop people from banking, and they have to continuously offer it to people. Also, they have changed the rules to where even if somehow this does survive the whole banking thing that I just said changes, also the games would not be able to have a bust feature anymore, where the player or dealer automatically loses if their total exceeds 21. Rather, wins and losses shall be determined solely by whether the total points of a player's hand is closer to the target point count when compared with the total points of the dealer's hand. And the target point cannot be 21. And with the absence of a 21 target, the players or dealers would no longer automatically win a hand when they get 21. And in the event of a tie, then the players would win instead of it being a tie, that the players actually win all ties. And that no games shall feature the words 21 or blackjack in the way that they are presented. So this is going to pretty much change the game, not be called blackjack anymore, and has these rules about player dealers that the corporations can't just bank these games anymore. And if players don't volunteer to do it, then the whole thing falls apart and they have to end it. Now, why was this done? Why did California change these rules after all this time? As you might guess, it was money. The Indian tribes donate a lot of money to California politicians. A lot of these politicians are pretty corrupt, and money talks. Rob Bonta, who is the Attorney General in California, has long been one of the people who receives donations from the California Indian tribes that run these casinos, and they basically donated enough to him to where he was willing to do this. And the card rooms know it. They know exactly why this happened. This is also the same reason why Rob Bonta's office in July published a legal opinion declaring all forms of daily fantasy sports to be illegal in California. Because that's another thing that the Indian tribes want to see go away. So yeah, this is just basically the Indian tribes donating enough money to get the Attorney General to do what they want. So they're regulating these games out of existence. From 2014 to 2024, the Indian tribes donated almost $24 million to candidates running for state offices in that 10-year time period. The card rooms only donated a total of $3.8 million in that same time frame. Also, the card rooms ramped up lobbying after the passage of that bill in order to get back at those that supported it, and actually unseated 3 officials who had voted in favor of it. Bonta accepted donations from both sides during his 2022 Attorney General campaign, but the tribes are the bigger contributors. He got $7.1 million in total donations in 2022 and $6.7 in 2026, and some of these donations came from out of state. So anyway, this is just another chapter in this saga of the card rooms versus the Indian tribes, and this is why we don't have legalized online poker in California. This is why we have no legalized sports betting, either live or online, in California. This is why we don't have any online casinos in California, because the tribes and card rooms hate each other so much and are competing for the same market so fiercely that they don't want to share. So they just go scorched earth, and then just nothing new happens, and the tribes are now trying to kill things that exist. So now it might be easy for you to say these damn Indian tribes, they're ruining everything. And I'll partially agree with you, but let me again remind you that these games that were being spread, that were supposed to be not house banked, and then secretly were house banked, and then they were banning people at some places for attempting to bank them themselves, which is in state law that they should have the right to do, they kind of made a lot of their own problems. The spirit of this whole law was to not have the card rooms with any interest in the outcome of hands, and to allow the players to play against one another, similar to poker. But they didn't allow this. They brought in these TPPPs or corporations to bank the games with the theory of, well, we can't run these all day because we won't find enough people to bank them. But that was a lie because people wanting to bank at certain casinos were banned. So I don't have sympathy. If they're going to cause this for themselves by banning people who want to bank, screw them. I don't care as much if they are secretly owning a piece of these corporations. Fine. I don't really care that much about who's actually banking the game. But if then they won't let players bank, because, by the way, it is positive expectation to bank these games, that's really shitty. And the rooms that did this, I have no sympathy for the fact that they're going to lose money now because of this. If they had behaved honestly, then the tribes would have had less of a leg to stand on. Now, this may have happened anyway because of the essential bribes that were happening behind the scenes. Bribes in the form of campaign contributions, that is. And maybe even real bribes, who knows. But it would have been harder. But the card rooms gave them an opening, gave the tribes an opening to get these removed by pointing out the abuses. It's not like this was a secret. I've always hated when regulated casinos or card rooms just make up their own rules in violation of the law because they're selfish and they just don't feel like following them. And then when the gaming commission of the state is weak, there's nothing you can do about it. That sucks. I always hoped they would get some comeuppance for it, and sounds like they are now. So it's not that I'm a fan of the Indian tribes. I think they're scummy too, for the reasons I said. But I don't think there's really many good guys here except for the card rooms that were acting honestly. The card rooms that were letting people bank if they wanted to. Okay, I feel bad for them. The rest of them, F them. Moving on, the Wynn had an incident occur this past week that was very unpleasant for them. It ended up mostly okay, but there was another hacking. Remember the hackings in 2023 that victimized both Caesars and MGM? The Caesars one was not publicized when it occurred. Basically, hackers took over their systems and threatened a lot of bad consequences if they didn't pay up a big ransom, and they did. Caesars paid something like, I think, $15 million. I believe they were asked for $25 million, and they negotiated it down to 15, and they actually paid $15 million, like in Bitcoin, to these hackers. And the hackers kept their word and didn't ruin Caesar's systems, because they basically told Caesars, we're going to take you completely offline, and everything's going to break in your casinos. It's going to be very tough on you. You're going to lose a fortune. So Caesars looked into it, saw the hackers really had access and that it was going to be hard to get rid of them, and they determined it was worth it to just pay the bounty. Now, keep in mind, that's not always the smartest thing to do, not just in principle, but also once you incentivize hackers to come and do this, you're going to have copycat groups that do the same thing and demand the same thing. So that's the danger, but Caesars decided they're just going to pay it, and that would be that. Well, MGM took the opposite approach that same year. The same group hit MGM, and MGM was first stalling them and then trying behind the scenes to kick these hackers out and take back control of their own systems. Well, that backfired, and the hackers figured out what was going on, and they ended up just completely destroying, at least for the moment, MGM system, and then nothing worked. Like, in Vegas, the slot machines all went offline. The room keys no longer worked to get into the rooms. Just everything was dependent upon the computer systems there, and it was amazing how helpless they became. And the hackers had control of everything, which, as I said at the time, spoke very badly of their security protocols there, because they should always have a way to manually lock out any kind of outsiders from their system for cases like that. They should not have it to where someone from the outside can remotely take control of the whole thing. And it all happened due to social engineering. And this is when I learned about the major vulnerabilities that these casinos have from a system standpoint. And that is they utilize a lot of third-party services to manage their network. And they use a lot of third-party pieces of software. And in some cases, the security is only as good as what the third parties are providing. So if these third parties can be tricked into giving out passwords or resetting passwords, then the hackers can break right into the systems of these casinos, even if the casinos themselves have done a good job with their own security. So once you rely on these third-party companies and you actually allow them to manage passwords to some parts of your system, then you're trusting them that they're going to be engaging in proper security protocols and practices, and when they don't, then you suffer for it. So that's what happened to both Caesars and MGM in 2023. We covered this a lot on the show at the time, and one of the groups involved, it was a multi-group effort, but one of the groups involved in the MGM thing was called Scattered Spider. And it was a group of very young people. Some of them were underage teenagers. In fact, one who was eventually arrested in Las Vegas. Most of them are foreign, but there's actually one in Las Vegas who was 15 years old, a kid who was involved in this. I think he was under 15 when this all occurred, because he was arrested like a year later. But Scattered Spider, which is the main group responsible for the 2023 hacks, had several members arrested in 2024 and 2025. And here's the weird thing. I'm going to read this to you from an article from SBC America. And I still don't know if this is true, okay? So it might be true, it might not be true. I kind of hope it's true. But listen to this. According to an ESPN report, pro poker player Todd Witteles became a victim of alleged fraud in 2022 when a BetMGM account in West Virginia was created under his name. Now, that part's true. The unauthorized BetMGM account deposited $10,000 from Witteles' bank account. The person behind the fraud illegally withdrew the entire amount to a Venmo debit card. Now, this part's all true, and I investigated this myself, and I was a big part of getting them to not only refund my money, but everybody else's money, and also close the security hole a lot earlier than they otherwise would have. I was a big part of breaking this whole scandal and forcing BetMGM to act on this. Now, you probably already know that. I covered this very extensively in 2022 when it happened. But listen to this next part. The alleged fraud led to an arrest warrant issued by the FBI's Los Angeles division. The 22-year-old suspect is alleged to have been a member of Scattered Spider, a hacker group tied to last year's cyber attacks on MGM Resorts and Caesars. The group is comprised mostly of hackers between the ages of 17 to 22, according to CrowdStrike SVP Adam Myers. So, what is that saying there? It's basically saying that what allowed them to tie Scattered Spider to these MGM hacks and eventually bust people for it was because of the work that I did in 2022 to expose the whole BetMGM theft that was going on. So basically they were working off of my original work to expose what had happened, and this is what allowed them to link one of those people to Scattered Spider and arrest those people for the MGM hacks. So it was all a building block where I built the bottom block. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if it's true, though. I only found one article claiming this. It was this one on SBC America. I even emailed the guy who wrote it, and I was like, are you sure about this? And he said yes, but I wasn't entirely convinced. I don't know. It would be cool, though, if the arrest warrant was because of the fraud against me, and then they realized that guy was part of Scattered Spider, and then they, from there, found other members and busted them. If that's true, MGM owes me a great debt, don't they? If I was the reason those people got busted? Anyway, I don't know if it's true or not. But it's right there. Go look it up, sbcamericas.com. But I'm not here to do this segment about me. This is not about me as much as I'd like it to be. It's not about me. This is about the Wynn, and not even about Scattered Spider, but it's about something kind of similar. So a hacker group named Shiny Hunters, which is a dumb name, by the way. By the way, guys, don't hack this site because I said your name's dumb. It is dumb, but please don't hack my site because I said the name's dumb. But it is dumb. Anyway, they tricked some Wynn employee or third-party service employee that was working with Wynn into giving up his or her credentials to log into a service that's called Oracle PeopleSoft. And Oracle PeopleSoft manages employee info. So someone just stupidly gave out their username and password. It's through a process called social engineering. And it's where you call up stupid employees and trick them into giving things out. It's also possible this was not a social engineering attack. Now, the one on MGM definitely was. The one on Caesars definitely was 3 years ago. Here, I'm not sure. Here, it could have been just a shady employee who sold info. And the reason I'm saying that is that Shiny Hunters has paid up to $25,000 in the past to other shady employees of other companies to get info like this. So it's very possible that they located some Wynn employee and offered them this, and this employee agreed, and then gave out somebody else's info. I doubt they gave out their own info or it would lead back to them, but maybe this is some employee who had access to somebody else's username and password so it couldn't be traced back to them. So it was either bribed out of someone or someone was tricked into giving it out. And this was to get into Oracle PeopleSoft, which was managing all the employee info. So the good news was this only had to do with employee info. So unlike the MGM and Caesars hacks, which could bring down the entire systems for long periods of time and screw everything up, as what happened to MGM, here it was just a matter of info being obtained of employees that could be given out and have it be embarrassing and violate the employee's privacy. Now, just to show they weren't bluffing and that they weren't lying, Shiny Hunters proved that they had this data. They contacted an organization called The Register, who are journalists, and they verified that Shiny Hunters really had this information. They showed The Register, who then showed the Wynn, and the Wynn said, yep, that's authentic info. They got it. The Wynn got a bargain compared to what Caesars had to pay. Of course, it was much lesser of a hack. But they were told to pay $1.5 million in Bitcoin or the info would be publicly posted on the web on February 23rd. So if they hadn't paid, then Shiny Hunters was going to expose all the info, and then you could look up anything you wanted about any Wynn employee. And when I say anything you wanted, you would be able to see the full employee info with name, address, social security number, position, and salary. So you'd be able to see all this here. Would I have looked this up? Would I have accessed this info if it was posted somewhere? Probably. I would have been curious. I would not have distributed it. That would be illegal. But would I have looked at it? Probably. So anyway, this has nothing to do with Scattered Spider. Nothing to do with those hacks a few years ago. It just has some similarities. Wynn was trying to keep this under wraps and not discuss it publicly, but the story got out somehow, and they finally had to address it. And besides, since they are a publicly traded company, they were going to have to file this with the SEC anyway, so the cat was going to get out of the bag somehow. Since they're publicly traded, they would have to disclose that they made such a payment. If they were privately held, then they could keep this secret, provided the secret didn't get out. So did they end up paying? The answer is yes. Why? Because they did not want to expose all this employee data, and it was only $1.5 million. They can easily afford it. And they also could have been legally on the hook had this been exposed. Some of the employees could have sued them, so they just cut the whole thing off at the pass and paid the $1.5 million. In case you're wondering if they were concerned that Shiny Hunters wouldn't keep their word and distribute the info anyway, the answer is they were not. They were really not that concerned because Shiny Hunters has done this before to other companies and has kept their word. In fact, if these hacker groups don't keep their word when the ransom is paid, then nobody's going to pay the ransom. So they ruin future opportunities to pull this off if they end up releasing the info anyway. So this is really just for profit. They're not looking to screw over the companies. They just want to extort money out of them. The weirdest element of this whole thing is the fact that someone who's totally unrelated to this and apparently doesn't even work for the Wynn filed a lawsuit immediately against the Wynn for not protecting the information. A California resident named Richard Reed who I think got in trouble for trying to light his shoe on fire and blow up a plane. I think it's a different Richard Reed, though. Anyway, California resident Richard Reed immediately filed a 7-count complaint in U.S. District Court in Nevada alleging negligence per se, unjust enrichment, invasion of privacy, breach of fiduciary duty, and breach of implied contract, seeking a declaratory judgment over this hack. I don't believe this guy has any case because it was only employee info, and he does not appear to be an employee. In fact, it would be not likely that any California resident would be an employee of the Wynn. There are no border towns that's anywhere near the Las Vegas area that are in California. California is basically a wasteland around the southern Nevada border. The closest real town to Vegas is Baker, which is 90 miles away. But this guy does not appear to have anything to do with the Wynn. It looks like it's just a customer who would try to sue over this and get a nuisance payment, but I don't think it's going to work. If you want to text me, 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. I have some unfortunate news about the check-in if you are a Caesars Diamond member. I'm talking about all diamonds. Diamond Regular, Diamond Plus, and Diamond Elite. This applies to all of them. There was a benefit which you may or may not know about at Caesars properties in Vegas. I don't know about the other markets, but they had them in Vegas. This was actually a very good benefit, and I discovered it pretty late, unfortunately. I've been Diamond for a long time, but I discovered this to where I barely got to use it because it just seemed unbelievable to me, but it was true. I don't know when this started, but for several years now, anyone who is Diamond or 7 stars could check in to Las Vegas Caesars properties as early as 4 a.m. with no added fee, provided there was availability. I always thought that if you're getting there at 4 a.m., you have to book for the day before. So you have to waste a whole day's room because that's the only way to check in at 4 a.m. But apparently that wasn't true. Apparently, as long as there were rooms available and clean, that as early as 4 a.m., they would be willing to check you into the room for that same day. You wouldn't have to wait till the normal afternoon check-in, and they wouldn't charge you, as long as you were a Diamond or higher. So this was not an official benefit, but it was typically honored, especially in the Diamond check-in room. Now, usually that room would not be open at 4 a.m., so yeah, usually you just could get it. Well, not anymore. Starting February 1st, any forms of Diamond, I'm not sure about 7 stars, but I know all Diamonds now, will have to cough up $35 if they want to check in before 2 p.m. So it's not even just 4 a.m. anymore. You can't do it at 1 p.m. And I have checked in at 1 p.m. before. I've checked in at 12 p.m. before. I've checked in like 11:30 before. I've never tried 4 a.m., but apparently that works too. I was told when I checked in before noon one time that I could have done it as early as 4. But now any time before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you have to pay $35 if you are a Diamond. The first person to announce this was Todd Witellis. Congratulations. Todd Witellis tweeted on February 4th, just 3 days after this became the rule over there at Caesars Properties. This is only a rumor, so don't take it as gospel, but I'm hearing that as of February 1st, Diamond members can no longer check into Caesars Vegas properties before 2 p.m. without paying extra. Prior to this, it was a hidden benefit that they'd get you in very early if available. 4 days later, Vital Vegas confirmed it. He wrote, Diamond tier guests at Caesars Entertainment Resorts have traditionally had free early check-in, but now started February 1st, there's the $35 fee to check in before 2 p.m. And I asked him if he had seen my tweet from 4 days beforehand. He said no, and he said, well, DM me next time. I will retweet this for you. So I could have DM'd Vital Vegas, and he could have retweeted this for me, and I could have gotten some more views for this. I could have gotten all the credit, but not that many people saw my tweet about this for whatever reason. Some of my other tweets got good response recently, but this one not so much. But yeah, I was the first one to post about it anywhere, so I'll pat myself on the back for that. And it did turn out to be true. So yeah, you're going to have to wait till after 2 unless you want to pay $35, so that kind of blows. But hold on a second. Maybe, maybe not. Don't jump quite so quickly here, because even though Vital Vegas got this information as well, this is what he then tweeted on February 11th. Update. A Caesars Entertainment rep assures early check-in remains free for Diamond players. Guests have been charged with a fee, but that's not the official policy. Vigilance is recommended. Now, someone on X did tweet on February 10th that he checked in at 11:45 a.m. and didn't get charged. But again, since it's not the official policy, nobody knows what the actual policy seems to be. There were definitely some people that have reported to me. That's why I posted it on February 4th, and I guess others reported it to Vital Vegas. Some people reported directly to me that they had tried to check in before 2 p.m. and were told it'll be $35. And they said back, no, I'm Diamond, you shouldn't charge me. They never charged me. And they said, oh, no, since February 1st, we've been told to charge everybody who's any kind of Diamond if it's before 2. Sorry, that's the new policy. Just began February 1st. Nothing we can do. We're aware of what we did before. We can't continue doing this anymore. So there definitely was some message that must have gone out to employees not to do this early check-in for Diamonds anymore. But then apparently there's people who are still checking in and getting it early when they're Diamond and not being charged. And then a rep from Caesars Entertainment is even telling Vital Vegas a few days later, oh, actually, no, nothing's changed. So I don't know what the hell to say. So maybe this hasn't been degraded. Maybe it just depends who you get. You can find this whole thread on VegasCasinoTalk.com if you go to the Casino Players Club's subforum. And one thing you might want to do is take note of the tweet from Vital Vegas. Not that he's an official spokesman, but you may want to copy the tweet he made on February 10th that states that a rep assured that this is remaining for Diamond players, and show that to whoever tries to charge you. And if they still do charge you, then definitely come back to me and tell me, because I just want to get the truth here. You know, if they've ended it, they've ended it. But it's so weird that there's no way to tell. Just like there's no way to tell when they're going to charge you for checking out late if you lag with getting out of the room. Like I mentioned on the last show, they would not tell me when that kicks in. They wouldn't even tell me what the fee is, except for the one I know I was charged. Like, why not just be transparent with this stuff? It's so weird. But just be aware of that. If you're counting on the free early check-in, you may or may not get it. Typical Caesars that nobody knows what the actual story is. I guess that's better than it being gone completely, but a little frustrating that you just don't know. Speaking of Caesars, I'm going to give you one little piece of information before shutting down this show. I have updated my popular Get to Diamond or 7-star as cheap as possible thread, which has been on Poker Fraud Alert for 10 years now. In fact, the 10-year anniversary is coming up within days. And in honor of that, I have done a major update to that thread and put some current information, because this is constantly changing and I have to update this thread, and I don't do it as often as I probably should, but the truth is it's a free site. I don't make money from this site. I just do this voluntarily. I do this to be nice to people. I could just keep all this to myself. I put it all out there for everybody. So, you know, if I don't update it all the time, you understand. But I did update it on February 23rd and 24th. I did a lot of work on that thread to update it. You can find it. It's called Best Ways to Earn Diamond 7 Stars or Diamond in a Day for Caesars Properties Around the U.S. It's in the Casinos in Las Vegas subforum on the Poker Fraud Alert forum. I tweeted out a link to it recently. This is a very popular thread. I have people coming to me each year at the World Series thanking me for this thread, telling me that it got them to Diamond much cheaper than the way they were doing it before, and that they learned new things from it. It's a very complete and informative thread that gives you really all you need to know to understand how to reach diamond or 7-star if you want it as cheaply as possible, and it lists the games to play in each market. Also gives you a ton of information regarding bonus tier credits you can get that will get you there faster, and something that's become big in the 2020, the tier multipliers that they now have on certain days at Caesars properties. So if you read this thread and read it carefully, you will understand everything regarding getting to diamond, getting to 7 stars, what that really means, what that really gets you, the pitfalls of it, the risk you're taking, the ways to do it cheapest. Everything you need to know is right there. And it's listing all the different video poker games that are best at each property around the entire country and Canada at anything that Caesars runs. So yes, some of this information is older. I only can print the information that I'm given or that I can find. I don't personally go to each of these properties. But I've updated it with a lot of new information, and I've formatted it a bit more clearly so it's easier to read and easier to follow. If you have not been to that thread recently, I suggest you check it out. One new feature on that thread is a big list of all the multipliers, because there's a guy that I know from Facebook, whose name is Clifford Martin, who actively keeps a list of all the multipliers around the country for Caesars properties, and it's very helpful. I used to keep kind of a partial list, but it was hard to keep up with it. But this guy does a very thorough job, and he's always updating this list. So every so often I take what he has compiled and I put it up on my thread. And I do give him credit, of course. But that's up there now, including multipliers for the remainder of February and for March. Ideally, you want to go to a 10 times multiplier day. And by the way, there is one coming up for both Laughlin and Vegas in March, so you can find that in the thread. And I've updated a lot of the video poker offerings around the country, some of which you can't even find anywhere else online because some of our users have contributed to this, including Mickey Krim, so I appreciate that from him. I even got some props on this from another show. So there's a show called Miles to Memories Vegas, and they discussed what I did and gave me a lot of credit for it. Miles to Memories Vegas is actually a fairly well-watched channel. It has almost 59,000 subscribers, and in just 18 hours, this new video they posted already has almost 17,000 views. I wish I had ratings like that. So anyway, it's two guys that are basically talking with each other in different locations on Zoom or whatever. Then they discuss various things going on in Vegas. And their opening topic is about my thread. So let's listen to some of this, even though this is just them talking about me. Listen to this.
Figure out, but I found this thread on Poker Fraud Alert that I think lays it out perfectly, the strategy you should use. Now, it also is very good at telling you that there is a variance in the numbers, and you could lose here. I mean, you could lose a lot of money trying to earn status, especially if you try to go for diamond, but it tells you when to stop, how the days work, all of that sort of stuff. And I think a lot of people out there listening to this show should probably look at this.
Yeah, I think Caesars does make it somewhat easy to get their stats, easier probably than some of the competitors with these multipliers, plus the bonuses that you can earn day if you earn 2,500 tier credits or 5,000 tier credits. I wasn't the most disciplined on that back when I was a Caesars fanboy, but I did remember getting those emails the next day when you'd wake up after like a long session and be like, oh, I hit the multiplier. Cool. Like I didn't track it that closely, but it was always nice when you earned 5,000 or 2,500 in a day and got that 5,000 or 10,000 tier credit bump. So that is something to pay attention to. If you're doing these multiplier days, it probably matters less, but it's still kind of nice to stack that stuff together. But yeah, I like that they break down the numbers and they say, hey, if you're going for diamond and you don't hit a royal, it'll probably cost you $10,000 more. It'll cost you $1,000 more if you don't hit a royal during going for diamond, which that's a huge difference right there.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the expected loss and the real loss, right? The math can go in many different directions. I mean, a royal flush is about 2% of the entire payback. So if you don't get that, then you're losing. I mean, it can go bad. That's how math is, even though you can say theoretically I should lose 2% or whatever it is. They also have certain machines that don't earn as much. And there's a whole ecosystem. Like I said earlier this year when I was on the strip at the 10X multiplier, it's crazy how many people are doing this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they hammer those days, and even check your local casinos. If you have some Caesars affiliated casinos around you, they run similar things at times, and definitely pay attention to cutoff. I think that's a great tip, and it depends on where you're at. Like if you're in Vegas, it might be 6 a.m. If you're somewhere else, it might be 4 a.m., and that's when the new day starts, and you have to pull your card out and put it back in to kind of trigger the new earning for the new day. So there's a lot of hoops to pay attention to depending on when you like to do your damage.
But Las Vegas these days, you need to be a little bit more savvy. This is a way to do it. We'll talk later in the show about somebody who has decided not to be savvy.
They talked about the same guy I complained about earlier. That guy making up those stories about Caesars. But yeah, everything they were talking about there that you just heard, they were referring to stuff written in my thread. I talk about how you look at the expected loss that you can mathematically calculate from the return of each game and say, oh, this doesn't seem that bad. I'll only lose $400 here getting to diamond if I run average. But that includes the royal. That's not what you would lose if you hit a royal, but it includes the average of those who hit the royal and those that don't hit the royal. So what I was pointing out, what they were repeating here, was that if you don't hit a royal when you are running your video poker play to try to get to diamond, it's going to cost you about $1,000 extra. And if you don't hit a royal on the way to 7 stars, it's going to cost you about $10,000 extra. So I was pointing out that you have to keep that in mind when looking at the expected losses. Now, you can bring down some of these expected losses by playing on these multiplier days, as I've mentioned, but that's something that's rarely talked about when people say, oh, there's this much expected loss for playing this many hands. Yeah, but the problem is the royal doesn't come around that often, so even though you get paid a lot when you hit it, if you're only playing a relatively small number of hands, even in the thousands, then you're probably not going to hit a royal. So then, yeah, your average loss would be such and such if you could play the whole thing like over and over and over and over again. But your realistic loss, even if you run average in every other way, is substantially more because of not hitting a royal. So that was the point I was making, and they liked that, and they're bringing that up there too. And they were also talking about other things that I had written about. So it was nice. They put a link there to my thread in their description. They also were showing screenshots of what I posted, and of course said Poker Fraud Alert out there. So that's great. Yeah, thank you to them for giving me this little bit of publicity for this work I put into it. And that's the Miles to Memories Vegas show. Apparently a pretty popular show. I don't know, maybe I'll contact them, see if I could appear on it at some point. But thank you to them for starting off with my thread and discussing it and praising it. Big thumbs up to them for that, and everything they said there is true, even though a lot of it's agreeing with me. Everything they were saying was true. And you do have to know what you're doing. You do have to be savvy with these things, and my thread will teach you everything. Seriously. It's going to take a little while to read and understand, but it's not all that hard. And truthfully, anyone with like average intelligence should be able to process it and learn from it. I try to lay it out pretty clearly, and once you learn it, then you can become an expert on making the most of your tier status at Caesars as well. I do want to clarify something that I added to the thread, because I didn't really have a discussion of this, at least not very clearly before, but I expanded upon it and made it its own separate post in that thread. And that is whether it's worth earning tier status higher than base diamond. So is it worth going for diamond plus or diamond elite or 7 stars? And in my opinion, it is not worth chasing any of those statuses past the base diamond level. Now, if you're just a gambler anyway, if you just like to gamble, then sure, if you get to the higher statuses, you get some additional benefits. So that's nice. So I'm not saying to just stop playing, but I'm also saying that if you're playing really just for the status, then you might as well stop at base diamond, because after that there's a huge law of diminishing returns. Because simply put, once you're past base diamond, you're getting relatively little extra, and yet the cost of getting there is not justified because it costs more and more, especially getting to 7 stars. It takes 10 times as long as getting to diamond. So you lose 10 times as much on average. And it's also important to understand that the higher tier cards don't affect your free play, your comps, your offers, or anything like that. They have nothing to do with your tier status. There are people who are the bottom tier gold who get better offers than 7 stars. I'm not even kidding here. That's the truth. Typically that's not happening, but it can happen. It has happened. I've seen it happen. Many people erroneously shoot for 7 stars, believing it's going to open up a world of amazing comps and large free play for them, but it doesn't. And they say, wait a minute, I just made 7 stars. Where's all my amazing suites? Where's my big free play? Where's my $2,000 meals? And then they're disappointed when they learn that all 7 stars really is a list of guaranteed benefits, and it does not affect your offers at all. Your offers are a function of several factors, and it's mostly what's known as ADT, which is average daily theoretical, which means the average theoretical loss that you will have on a typical day on property. Theoretical loss is the amount that they determine that you would have lost if your luck was exactly average, as a large basis for your comps. It's more complicated than that, but that's the main basis for it, and they don't really care that much about what you really win and lose. That can have a little effect, but the main thing is your theoretical loss and the average theoretical loss that you're taking every time they see you on property. That's mostly what determines your offers. As I said, there's other factors too, which I won't get into now, but what's not a factor at all is your tier level. It's just based upon your recent and semi-recent play and some other factors, but not your tier level. Additionally, most markets have removed or degraded their lounges. So the one big reason to become Diamond Plus instead of base Diamond has gone away. The popular 4 drinks per day benefit, which we've discussed before in the Vegas market, that has also been greatly degraded for all Diamond levels. And in fact, base Diamond doesn't have it at all. But even Diamond Plus and Diamond Elite just don't get very much as far as those drinks. There's a lot you can't get now. So these were big things people used to be chasing those statuses for, and now it's just not worth it. Now you're just not getting that much more for Diamond Plus or Diamond Elite, and even 7 stars isn't that exciting anymore. Through 2018, you had a very nice benefit at 7 stars where you could stay either 4 or 5 days, depending upon the market, for free, guaranteed, at any Caesars property with no blackout dates. Even New Year's was fine. The only restriction was that you'd have to wait 2 days in between stays. So if you stayed, say, 5 days at Caesars Palace, then you'd have to go somewhere else for 2 days and not a Caesars property, like just either go home or stay with someone else or go to a different company's properties. But then you could come back for another 5 days after those 2 days. But that's gone. That's been taken away. Now, some people get comp rooms anyway based on their play, but this was not based on play. This was comp rooms that were guaranteed for being a 7 stars. So that was a great benefit, and I used that a lot. But once they took that away, I stopped earning 7 stars. It wasn't worth it to me. But if you play a lot of events of the World Series of Poker, I strongly recommend getting at least base diamond. You'll get a lot of benefits from it. Number one, you will not pay any resort fees, so immediately that's like a $56 after-tax discount you're getting per night you stay there at any Caesars property in Vegas, so that's very nice to have. Number two, you will get moved to the front of the line in the cash games, except that you won't get ahead of other diamonds or 7 stars, but anyone who's not diamond or 7 stars, you'll get ahead of them instantly at the cash games. And even if you don't play cash games, you get to use the diamond line to register for World Series events, which is usually substantially shorter than the main line, which can sometimes take hours. So very important to have diamond if you play at the World Series, unless you barely play. But it's very nice to have if you play a lot of events there. And really, base diamond in general hits on the important things. You save the resort fees, you don't pay them, you get free parking, you get access to all the special lines. They'll make some exceptions for you, like squeeze you into restaurants that are full. You'll get some mild free room upgrades. You're not going to get upgraded to a suite, but you may get upgraded from like the lowest level room to like a mid-level room. Your checkout time becomes 1 p.m. in most markets instead of 11 a.m. And you even get the $100 meal credit once per year, and you get 2 free high roller tickets in Vegas once per month. So, that's all pretty good. It's not spectacular, but it's pretty good benefits. It's definitely worth the cost of earning them. And most important, well, I shouldn't say most, a lot of this stuff is important, but very important is that whatever status you earn, no matter what it is, Diamond, 7-star, whatever it might be, you keep it for 2 calendar years, which means the remainder of this year and all of next year, and even 1 month in the following year. So right now, no matter when 2026 you earn your status, you're going to have it through January 31st, 2028, guaranteed. Doesn't matter how much more or how little you play after that. You will have your status locked in till January 31st, 2028 minimum. So that means the earlier in the year you earn it, the longer you have it. If you earn it in early January, you'll actually have it for more than 2 years. But even if you earn it, say, tomorrow, you will still have your status for almost 2 full years, because you'll have it till January 31st, 2028. So that's why you should get to earning this status as soon as you can if you want this status, because you'll have it for longer. So you're not going to have to scramble on January 1st, 2027 to earn it again. You'll still have it for another 13 months until it expires. That's an important thing to know. So check out the thread. It is called Best Ways to Earn Diamond, 7 Stars, or Diamond in a Day for Caesars properties around the U.S. It is in the Casinos and Las Vegas subforum on pokerfraudalert.com. And remember, if somehow you can't access the forum because of my aggressive bot blocking software, then just text me 775-372-8355 or email me dandruff@pokerfraudalert.com and I will fix it for you. Because I want you to access it, but I don't want the obnoxious AI scraping bots to access it. I don't want them accessing anything because they bog down my system. And you have no idea what I get every day. Literally hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of bots attempt to hit my site every single day. I'm not exaggerating. That's the type of malicious traffic I'm dealing with. And when I say malicious, it's not trying to crash my site, but it doesn't care if it crashes my site. It's just trying to scrape all my information, all of my posts on my forum. When I say mine, I mean any posts on my forum, not just ones I've made. Trying to grab all of that to train AI. And if it happens to bog down or crash my server, then too bad on me. So I have put substantial work, and it's an ongoing effort, into blocking these bots. And so far it's successful. At the moment, they're just are not many bots accessing the system except for the ones I want to be here. Because I want the Google bots to be able to index my thread so people can find stuff on Google. And I don't mind if the user AIs, the ones that people typically use, like Grok or ChatGPT, I don't mind if they access my site. In fact, I want them to. But I don't want AI learning going on. That's what a lot of these AI companies are employing. They're just sending out their bots to scrape sites, and they just take all their data and learn from them, and the sites get nothing out of it other than their sites getting bogged down. And by the way, they do this in a very shady fashion, to where instead of just doing it from their own IPs, which they know that people will block easily, they distribute it among thousands of IP addresses that they are secretly using without the knowledge of those who are running the devices on those IP addresses. So you install a free game on your phone or a free browser extension on your computer, and you don't even know, but it's acting as a proxy server. So these bots can use your connection to scrape my site, and you'll have no idea. A lot of these I'm blocking, unfortunately, are residential and cell phone IPs, but it's unlikely to affect you because there's just so many of them out there. So you're probably not going to be reusing one of those IPs. But if for whatever reason you find yourself banned it probably is a mistake unless you know why I banned you, and I don't ban many people. So just let me know. I will undo it for you. I have ways to let you through. And just a trick I'm going to tell you, if you always want to be able to get through, create a forum account on Poker Fraud Alert. Just go create a new Poker Fraud Alert account, or if you already have one, just use that one. And when you're logged in, you'll never get IP banned that way. So my bot IP ban is only banning those who are not logged in, because the bots never log in. They can't log in. So just log in, and you'll always be able to access the main page. Just go to mainpokerfraudalert.com, and you'll see the ability to log in at the top right. If you're not registered yet, then hit the register button. You can still register even if your IP is blocked. And then once I approve your account, then you can always get through to the site regardless if your IP is blocked or not. So I'm trying to give you workarounds while keeping the bots off the system, because the bots should not be on my system. If they want to pay me for scraping my site, I'll consider it, provided they don't crash it. But I'm not giving them free content to scrape so they can train themselves and I get nothing out of it and it ruins my site. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. So I literally have blocked millions of IP addresses, and I have written routines into Poker Fraud Alert to recognize a lot of the patterns. I've studied the patterns of these bots to where I can discern them from regular human visitors. So even though the IP address looks fine because it's coming from like a residential cable IP, looks just like your IP address would, but I can see that their behavior is different than what a human behavior is. And when I catch these patterns, I block them. I insta-block them. When I say I mean the system, as I have programmed it. So I've put some time into this, and so far it's been successful, though it's a constant battle where I got to constantly tweak things. See all the work I do on this damn thing for nothing, for no money? And I want to keep the site readable and accessible. This is what I got to do these days. You know, if I had a really big ego, I could just not block them, and I could truthfully say that hundreds of thousands of different IP addresses are coming to my site each day, because they are. Some days, millions. So I could pretend that I have a site that has hundreds of thousands or millions of people that are reading every single day. And, I mean, that'd be nice if it were true. But unfortunately, they're just bots. And I have to write this software into the forum software. So that's kind of a pain in the ass, because I have to do it within the structure that's been set up for the vBulletin forum software, which, to be honest, is not written very clearly. It's what is referred to in the industry as spaghetti code. So that can be difficult to deal with, because everything I write has to be within that framework. I can't just write my own standalone software. You know, it's good that I'm my own tech guy, because if I had some tech guy running this, if I just put this in the hands of somebody else, it's unlikely they would want to put this much effort into it, and I wouldn't blame them. But since it's my own site, I put the effort. By the way, this affects Vegas Casino Talk as well. But basically, I just copy the work I did on this site over to Vegas Casino Talk, and it works there too. But that site gets attacked as well, but just not quite as much as Poker Fraud Alert. Well, next time I will do a show will be in March. And maybe we'll even have a Mojave Desert in Las Vegas history next month. We haven't done that in a while. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everybody. Shalom.